That track has some swampy bass in it, doesn't it? Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? Hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna do more Picross. That's right. There's more. There's always more Picross to do. If anyone's ever like, you haven't done all of the Picross yet. Nope. Nope. There's always more Picross to do. There's always more Picross to do. So I've actually played this one before, but it's been like probably 20 years. Oh, this is a jam. Oh, I like this. Oh, my bad. Fixing my volume. See, I played this one before, but it's been like 20 years and I would consider that to be basically blind by now. I'm not gonna remember any of the puzzles or anything. Yeah, we know how to play. That's fine. This is available on Super Nintendo, Switch Online. On the US version, but it is still in Japanese. But if you have Switch Online, you want to try out some Picross, there you go. I would assume this first one is the tutorial. We don't really need a tutorial. I think we can just go. I think we know what we're doing. I think we'll be fine. Oh yeah, especially like this. Okay, so this prompt is for the roulette wheel, I believe. We don't need no stinking roulette wheels. We're fine. Easy peasy. That's a Japanese character, I'm pretty sure. We did it. So there were 3 of these. They did Mario's Picross on Game Boy. They did Mario's Super Picross on Super Nintendo, and Mario Picross 2 on Game Boy. The Game Boy ones are also very good, especially the second one. That's perhaps one of the reasons I'd really like to see them add a Game Boy online and add that game. That would be super cool. That's another Japanese character. I recognize those. I don't remember how to say them, but I recognize them. Oh, it's spelling Mario, isn't it? Yeah, I actually recall this because of when we were talking about Ristar the other night. And I was looking up the Japanese spelling, and I was like, well, if anything, it would be Ristar. That's Re. So it's spelling out Mario, isn't it? I see what they did there. Oh, interesting. So fun. That'll be a more satisfying fanfare once we get to like the 15 by 15 puzzles. That's not O though, is it? Oh, it is O. I'm very rusty on my Japanese. By the way, how are you guys doing? Volpe guy, how you guys doing? Anyone else who might be quietly lurking? It is of course good to have you as well. We don't know that. I could have been punished for that. So one big thing to note about these games is there's no Mega Picross in these games. There's instead there's normal mode and there's free mode. Free mode is basically what we had been doing in the Switch Picross titles, with no hints or assists or anything like that. Normal mode could potentially there could be some problems. Normal mode corrects your mistakes. I've talked about this a lot in the Switch Picross streams. Oh baby, we're moving on up. You might notice I actually have 30 minutes to complete the puzzle. I thought it was 60, but we have 30. You might think you never took over 30 minutes to solve a puzzle. Why is that threatening? The threat is if we make a mistake in this game, they will correct our mistake and dock us time. We'll lose time every time we make a mistake. And that's multiplicative, so it'll start as... It's also a Japanese character. It'll start with 2 minutes, and then it'll be 4 minutes, and then it'll be 8, and then it'll be 16, and it keeps getting bigger. And if you run out of time, you lose. You have to start over. So I'm not terribly afraid of that, but what I am afraid of is those occasions when I make a mistake, but I knew I made a mistake, and I go to immediately fix it, but the game's gonna punish me for that. So I maybe have to be a little bit more careful. We'll see where the night takes us. Volpe, hook us up. What's this one and this one? I don't recall. You're our translator. We're gonna learn Japanese tonight, apparently. So yeah, as I said, this is available on Switch Online. On the Japanese or on the English Switch Online, but it is still in Japanese. It's completely playable. It's just you might have to fuss with the menus a little bit to try and figure out how to get into the game. But as you probably saw here, we got in pretty effortlessly. I didn't have to spend much time fussing around. So if anyone... I'm probably going to try and mention it a lot tonight. If anyone's interested in checking out Picross, here's your gateway, really. Oh. I think the Japanese title's technically Mario no Super Picross. So that makes sense. So that's Supa, probably. And we're still gonna have Pikurosu, probably. Or are those two Pico? Maybe it's just Mario Picross. Oh, gee. Oh, you had to do the... You had to do the ovens today. Yeah, because those are, like, big pizza ovens, right? Those aren't... A lot of people probably hear ovens and they think, like, you know, household oven, and they probably think it's no big deal, but... So those two were Pico, and then Ro. Picross. Gee, I wonder what it's gonna spell. Interestingly enough, I seem to recall that the Game Boy one did that too, except the first Game Boy title, the first Game Boy Picross was actually localized in English. The second one wasn't, but the first one actually was. I think the Game Boy ones might be on 3DS Virtual Console. Go throw that out there, too. I guess I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think they are. But as you can see, Picross has kind of been a thing for Nintendo for quite some time. Yeah, so Mario no Picross. And then these are probably just going to be not letters, if I had to guess. I hate how the cursor doesn't loop around in this. I'll get used to it, but for now, I'm like, I hate this. So yeah, it looks like that's gonna be it. Thank you for your, localization prowess, Volpe. Yeah, because you probably had to get the old ones out too, right, guy? Or had those already been taken out? Oh, they're animated. I don't think I knew they were animated. Can we see the animation here? Yeah. Twinkle, twinkle. I dislike that the cursor doesn't loop around. Something else I don't like is, in the Switch titles, if you're, like, doing the X's and you go through a tile that's already filled, it just ignores it. But here, it still overwrites it, so it's something I'm gonna have to pay attention to. I think it's a boat. I think it's a boat. Yeah, moving the old ones out was probably the easiest part. It probably still sucked, but at least didn't require as much care, probably. I may be over-concerned about the, messing up and getting penalized thing, solely because when I've played these in the past, I've played them on emulator, and therefore, like, little bits of emulator lag would be a problem, and I'd, like, make mistakes because of that. That probably shouldn't be an issue here. It'll at least be, if I mess up, it's my mistake. Like, I won't have moments of, I didn't press that button. It's a penguin, dude. Oh, you bought used ones? But they're, like, new? Man. I'm sure that makes sense, but, like... I don't know. When I'm buying stuff for business sake that I'm gonna be using, like, every single day, I'm not about to buy used stuff. Personally. But I'm sure, like, that wasn't your call to make, so I'm not trying to say, like, Guy, what were you thinking? Like, clearly that was probably someone else's choice. It's a fish. Oh, I was close. I was halfway there. We did it. I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying we did it. Shiny new tech. Are they, like, significantly newer than the ones you had been using? I guess I don't know how pizza cooking technology has advanced over the years. Are they smart pizza ovens or something? I might go back and, like, try to translate these later, like, after the stream. Just out of curiosity. Oh, we already have Wario? For some reason, I thought you got that, like, way later in the game. Hold on, I forgot to text someone about something. Yeah, you don't really need to know what anyone is saying. It's fine. If you already know how to do Picross, you can basically just pick this up and you'll be totally fine. And even if you want to learn, honestly, it's not like... It's not the type of game where you have to sit through, like, hours of text-based tutorials to learn how to play, so... I'd say that you could even learn through this version of the game if you were wanting to pick it up. Oh, so it is a smart pizza oven. That's interesting. I'm already having to start, like, thinking. Like, those first couple puzzles were kind of like... They lure you into a false sense of security, because I wasn't having to, like, think, really. I was able to just be like, bam, we done. Now it's like, oh, thinking required. It's a dolphin, dude. Humans being replaced. I don't know if it's that. I don't think it can assemble and make a pizza all on its own. It just saves you from having to, like, set the temperature and stuff. Which makes sense, because they're kind of specialized for cooking one particular type of thing, so... I don't think I mentioned, by the way, I was looking forward to this. Like, actually, when I got up today, I was like, dude, I'm gonna play some fucking Mario Picross tonight. This is gonna be sick. I don't know why, because it's like, it's just more Picross, right? I guess I was just excited to do more Picross in general, and since this doesn't have Mega Picross, it feels super liberating. Just do some normal-ass Picross. Enjoy ourselves. Yo. Yo, it's Volpe? It's a Volpe? It's a... Not a maroon. I don't know how you'd say that color. I guess that's yellow. It's more of like a... It's a very pale yellow. Hey, Scarlet. Yeah, I always liked the, uh-oh, 15 by 15, baby. I always liked the interfaces of these games. I do think that the Switch Picrosses are kind of, like, missing something in that regard. There's a little bit... not quite as much character. I have no idea what that is. A mailbox? I have no idea. It's some sort of Japanese street sign, or... I have no idea. But yeah, the Switch ones are a bit more... just kind of sleek and modernized, which is fine. But you do miss out on some of the character. I'd mentioned before that the, one of my favorites, as far as Picross games go, was the DS one. Because the DS one, like, every set of puzzles had, like, a different theme, like, graphical theme to it. So one of them was, like, embroidery themed, so, like, every little tile, there was, like, a little stitch animation, and there was one where it was, like, every tile was an apple, and then when you filled it in, it, like, cut the apple in half, and... some of them were kind of random, I guess, but they were... it was just nice. The music was different. Also, no one knows what this is. Kids today have no idea what that is. Oh, it's the save icon. It's the save icon that they use in video games. See, there's 8 letters. Save icon. Seivu icon. Ooh. There's no U at the end of the N character. I know that. I'm being stupid. I don't know how to play Mahjong, Scarlet. Unless it's, like, super easy to understand. Maybe it's not... maybe it's something that everybody knows how to play. I don't know. Wow, these are getting complicated already. It's funny, I thought I had a memory of these games, like, lingering on smaller puzzles for longer than they did. Like, we're already in there. It's one of those, like, Japanese temple places. Right? By the way, Scarlet. two things, but I'm having a hard time remembering what the one was. There was something where I was like, oh, right, I want to talk to Scarlett about this tonight, but I'm, like, completely blanking on what that one was. I recently discovered I feel like this other thing might be of something you'd be interested in, too, though. I recently discovered a ROM hack I might actually be interested in playing on stream. Oh, the other thing was, you brought up, like, right at the end of the stream about the SP version of, Zelda 1. Have you looked into that at all? Like, what's different about it? What does the SP version give you? Do you just, like, start with all of the items or something? No, it is not a Mega Man ROM hack, actually. You may not be able to guess what it is. But as with most things, I have no idea when I'll actually be able to get around to it, so, I don't want to make any promises. Oh, it starts you out with some stuff, not everything, though. Is it a Zelda ROM hack? Kind of. Kind of. Yes, but also no. So it would really just stop you from having to go buy the blue ring, I guess, and pick up a lot of hearts. I was wondering if it started you with, like, if it started you with, like, all of the items, that could actually be an interesting speedrun, because it would just be, like, an all bosses run. And it might have some potential. Or not all bosses, all dungeons. Just like a... Oh no, our first mistake. It would just be like a Triforce Collection ROM at that point. I'll say, I think the other hint I'll provide is that Dwayne would probably be able to guess what it is. It is. I'll never play a Kaizo. I'll never play Kaizo. I can say that with, like, utmost certainty. I'll play vanilla Mario World again before I ever play a Kaizo. Blue ring, power bracelet, bombs, arrows but no bow, blue candle, food, red potion, white sword. So you basically get everything that you don't have to go to temples to get. You can just ignore overworld exploration, basically, aside from the magic sword. You can just go straight to the dungeons. I love starting out with a good couple of rows of zeros. I feel like that doesn't happen in the Switch games too often. Oh. Tricky. Hate that there's no boomerang. You find the boomerangs in the dungeons. They very specifically gave you stuff that you don't find in dungeons. So that you still have to go to every single dungeon. It's basically a no overworld hack, if you will. Is it a randomizer? No. So therefore, like, when I was talking about trying out the Zelda 1 randomizer, that's, like, not what I'm talking about. Okay. We actually have to, like, try. I'd love to see it. If the schedule was more, like, wide open at the moment and I could afford to do this, I'd say we should do something like... I'll do it when you guys can... Like, I'll play it once you guys can, like, figure out what it is. But, like, I don't... First of all, I haven't even looked into, like, getting the emulator set up and everything, so... It's not something I'm that ready to jump into. it's a football helmet. I see it. It's a Charge and Chuck helmet. Except I think his is blue, but whatever. I don't know if you can get them that quickly. I mean, the blue ring costs a lot of money. If you had, like... If you could guarantee getting bombs really early, then you probably could, but... Because then you could just hit up a couple of those moblin homes and take their money. Yeah, that too. You need 5 hearts to get the white sword, so... That's why I say you'd have to guarantee you can get bombs early. If you get bombs early, then you can go pick up 2 hearts pretty easily, and... pow. I mean, realistically, when I was in the speed run, since we go to Dungeon 2 right away, we can guarantee that we get bombs early. And that dungeon alone takes under 5 minutes, so you could definitely, White Sword under 5 minutes, I believe. It's... definitely under 10. Definitely under 10. Volpe, did you try and play this yourself at some point? This first one is just a tutorial, right? I don't think I have to do that. Is specifically a cartoon Acme magnet. See, I found out when I played Zelda 2, and I think we've talked about this already. When I went to Death Mountain, I had already finished the second temple, so I was stronger than I should have been, and Death Mountain was, like, completely whatever. Like, it didn't bother me at all. But then apparently in the speedrun, you go there before the second dungeon, and it's, like, significantly harder. It's like, oh. Okay. Oops, I guess. Yeah, Zelda 2 has some overworld issues for sure. I think I said at one point, like, do not hesitate to look up what you have to do, or ask what you have to do on the overworld, because now I can just be like, oh, I remember what you had to do. Because otherwise you might just really be wandering around aimlessly for hours and just being like, what am I missing? And sometimes it's just, you have to go to this specific tile in the forest that there was no hint towards. It definitely had, you should have just known forehead problems. I was able to enjoy it in spite of that, don't get me wrong, but I also feel like I have to acknowledge its flaws. I think Zelda 2 overall was better than a lot of people think it is, but it was also, like, just as bad as a lot of people think it is. Does that make sense? I would still say that people should try it out for themselves and make their own opinion. Instead of just, this is what everyone else says, and never playing it. Yeah, I feel like Zelda 1 and 2 kind of, like, we've been talking about that a lot lately, right? I think they both have that, like, element of... It's not necessarily open world, but it is open. And you kind of just have to, like, explore and be like, oh, okay, I can't do this yet. I'll have to come back later. I'll just remember that. And yeah, I liked that. I just didn't like how obtuse the overworld stuff was at times. It was very, like, how the hell was I supposed to know that? I don't want to give too many examples on that because, like, I don't want to necessarily spoil stuff for you if you're going to be playing through it. Yeah, apparently they made a lot of improvements when they released the Western version. Apparently the Japanese release was kind of flawed. I think the big thing for me was I like the combat. I like how the combat feels, and, like, in general, how the gameplay of, like, the temples feels. It has a very unique feel to it that I don't think many other games have really matched. Like, it really tries to... It really tried to make a more, like, the action-y feeling to its combat that, like, a lot of games at the time didn't try. Oh. Oh, see, there I was going too quickly and, just bumped the pad one too many times. The frustrating thing... And I suspected this, and then I was watching somebody speedrun Zelda 2, and they said, oh yeah, this is a thing. And I was like, okay, that's kind of shitty. Some of the enemies, especially later in the game, read your inputs, which is, like, really annoying. So you'll find yourself in a lot of positions where, like, it's interesting having to, like, read the enemy's attacks and, like, weave in your own attacks to try and hit them when they're open. It's not so interesting once they start learning to read your inputs. Then it's just kind of, like, frustrating. And like I said, I kind of thought that was a thing, but thought maybe it was just in my head. But then, yeah, I was watching someone play it, and he's like, no, yeah, they do that. That's the thing. It's like, oh, that sucks. Not a fan. But when they're not doing that, I think it's great. It's just once that bullshit starts, it's kind of like, oh, this sucks. I got lucky. I didn't actually know that. That's something else I don't like about the we're gonna correct your mistakes, is like sometimes the act of correcting your mistake leads to them telling you what the answer is. You're like, oh. Or sometimes not correcting your mistakes. They're just kind of, you know, like, oh, well, now I know that's right, even though it was a mistake. So these we're still early in the game, but these puzzles aren't as complicated as like more modern puzzles. If that makes sense. Hey Brian, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. See, again, I didn't know that was correct. I just goofed, and the game was like, yeah, you got it. I'm starting to move a little too quickly. Need to slow it down. It's a bottle opener, I think. These puzzles are a lot, like, straighter. Does that make sense? Again, maybe that's just because I'm still early in the game, but it's kind of refreshing though, to be honest, to be able to kind of just hammer on through. What? Oh, I miscounted. That's my fault. See, again, I probably would have quickly noticed I was wrong there. We don't know that. Stop. Is that, Australia? I'm maybe concerned that, like... I guess I don't know how many levels there are in this, or how ridiculous this is gonna get. I vaguely remember that, like, as a kid, it was, like, Wario's mode is the free mode, where they don't correct anything. It's more like what we've been doing. And I remember as a kid, that was what always stumped me. Like, I wasn't good enough to do those modes. But I'm better now. So I feel like now I might just destroy them. I'm pretty sure the puzzles get bigger than 15 by 15, though. I think that alone is gonna make this, like, a little bit... It's gonna be a little bit different of an experience compared to, the other ones we've been doing. Because I do think the puzzles get larger. You know what sucks is I remember saying at one point that with all the Picross we have to do, by the time we, like, get through all of the Picross we have to do, that another game is gonna come out. And then we'll have even more to do. Which is looking to be completely accurate, because they're making a, they're making a Sega-themed one. And I think that's coming out, like, next week. But, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, I've been thinking about skipping it because it's the same thing that we've been doing. the same number of puzzles. It's just Mega Picross again. It's the same old shit. And I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want more of the same old shit. I think I'm getting to a point now where I'm kind of like, especially when I'm playing them in rapid succession like I am right now, I kind of want the games to have, like, something different about them. Oh, no. That's not right. I got lucky because it happened to be right. And, they just kind of gave it to me. Oh. That was my bad. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna pick the Sega one up. You'd think it would be a no-brainer, right? And I'd be like, yeah, absolutely, I'm buying it immediately. But, just due to the fact that it's just kind of more of the same, I don't know if I'm going to. At least not right away. Like, I feel like, not only are these puzzles a little bit, like, straighter, but they're more, like, symmetric, too. Which makes them a little easier to solve as well. I expect the game to punish me eventually, though. Eventually, we're gonna get to a point where it's gonna be like, oh, okay, not hard enough for you, huh? And then I'm gonna be begging for mercy, so... I also like these, though. Like, it's a little bit more, like, zen, I guess, because it's not mind-breaking like Mega Picross was. Hey, thanks, Mario. I think. I have no idea what you're saying. You could be telling me I'm horrible, and... But because he's winking and throwing a thumbs up, I'm like, hey, thanks. There are more than 4 levels, by the way. I'm almost certain. I think I googled this, and didn't we find out that there's like hundreds of puzzles or something ridiculous like that? Like, there's a lot to this game. Might not look it at the moment, but I'll probably be here for a while. He said, "Congrats." Come on. He goes, "Congratulations, you piece of shit." Like, for all I know. Can't even figure out Mega Picross. You dumb fucker. Yahoo! Hey. I don't know. I mentioned I might try to, like, go back through the stream and, like, find those bits of dialogue and try to piece them together in, like, with Google Translate and figure out, like, what are they saying. I doubt it's anything important, though. Yo, it's a field goal. It's the thing you kick the field goal through that I legitimately do not know the name of. So that didn't work out as well as I was hoping. Oh well, that's fine. Do I think Mario's a bad guy? I think Mario's a bit of a jerk. For sure. He's a hot-headed jerk. I don't think he's a bad guy, no, but... Fuck. Don't mind me. Ah, I'm dumb. Quit fucking making these horrible mistakes. What's wrong with me? So, are you currently playing Zelda 2, Volpe? Or was it just that you were playing it earlier? I don't know if these games were aimed at kids. I'd be curious to know. I'm under the impression that, like, Picross is much bigger in Japan. And I'm curious, like, do the average kids in Japan, are they just like Picross masters and they'd make us look like fools? Or is it still kind of like more aimed at adults? Whoa, dude. Yeah, this one actually is gonna require quite a bit of thought. This one isn't free at all. We in there. This is a real puzzle. Yo, hold on. I think it's a bird, dude. What a shocker, right? Is this our first bird of this game? Or have I just not been paying attention? We probably had some birds already. Yeah, I feel like Picross is probably not aimed at kids even in Japan, but I don't know, maybe it is. I mean, I'm sure they're not against kids picking it up. They're probably like, that's cool. But that's probably not who their target audience is. But I don't know, maybe it is. I'd be curious to know how, like, just how popular Picross is, not only in Japan in general, but, like, with kids in Japan. And is this, like, a large part of why it potentially is popular in Japan? Like, did these releases help a lot? Because, like I said, this is the same company, the same studio that makes the ones on Switch now. These guys have been making Picross games for... This came out in 95? Like, they've been making these games for a long time. You'd think that clearly means that they're popular, right? That people are buying, like, scooping them up every chance they get. I would assume, anyway. It was invented in Japan, which I think I knew but kind of forgot for a brief moment. Oh, that's all. What a fucking clickbait article. First one I clicked on was about, like, how, like, are these popular in Japan? And all it was basically like, yeah, they invented it, and, yup. Like, that was the article. Like, dude, did you even research it? It sounds like you Googled it, found the answer on Wikipedia, and we're just kind of like, yup. That's it. Write the article. Print it. Maybe I should just become a games journalist, because apparently it's super fucking easy. Seriously, I wonder how much these clowns get paid to write articles like that. It would probably upset me. Knowing how much they make, I'd probably be upset. What the fuck is going on with this puzzle? This one seems very peculiar. Like, what? Oh, it's like a dude diving off of a diving board. Okay. I feel like... You know how Sudoku is kind of like... In the past, like, 15 years, it's become kind of popular here? I think Picross is kind of like... It's one of those. Except for Japan. I could be wrong on that. Except it's been popular for longer, probably. It's probably a regional thing. I'm just curious, is it like a Dragon Quest thing where people just go fucking bonkers for it? Like, does everybody in Japan play Picross? That's what I'm curious about. Do they print daily Picross puzzles in the newspaper? Or anything like that? I love it when I have to actually like look at it for a second before I see what to do. I have a feeling a lot of people have never seen it. A lot of you guys have probably never seen it before I started playing it. Which is fine. That's not a problem. I'm just being curious at the moment. I think that is right. What? Oh, I see what I did. That's my bad. Fuck, I'm dumb. Stop it. Stop. Stop being dumb. Well, I was gonna try and find sales numbers to find out, like, how well do the Switch ones do, but probably not readily available. I don't think not knowing is a bad thing as long as you acknowledge that you don't know. You know what I mean? My issue is people who act like they know everything but have no idea what they're talking about. But I think if you admit, like, I might be wrong on this, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Because you're at least disclaiming that you might not be right. Or that you don't know for sure. It's the people that spout misinformation and insist that they're right that bother me. Oops, that's alright. What? Oh, I'm going way too fast and being way too dumb. And I am getting punished for it. Let me put it this way. If you disclaim that you're not totally sure about something, I'm not going to hold it against you if you wind up being wrong. I'm not gonna be like, oh, but Volpe said this was the... Well, this goes for anybody, but we're just using you as an example. I'm not gonna be like, but they said this. If you said I might not be right, I'm not gonna be like, not gonna harp on it and be like, see, you're wrong. It's just gonna be like, hey, we learned something today, so that's fun. Now, if you're just insisting that you're right about everything, then I'd probably harp on it a little bit, but... I feel like the puzzles are, like the final image, those aren't as advanced as, the newer games either, which maybe makes sense. It's kind of funny, too, because some people just kind of give off that air of just knowing everything. And sometimes it's like, I don't think they mean to give that off either. I think some people just can't help it. I'd say that I don't think you give off that air, though, if that's something you're ever worried about. I don't think of you as of someone who thinks they're a know-it-all. Let's put it that way. Whoop. You've known a bunch of know-it-alls? Yeah, I harp on it sometimes, because, like, I feel like streaming definitely can attract know-it-alls, because people want to show off and be like, look at everything I know, and it comes down to that thing I've talked about before, where I'm like, that's kind of like, I take that as they're trying to take attention away from the streamer, which is like, no, you don't do that. Some people definitely come to streams for themselves and not for the community. I think that's natural at your age, to be honest, to worry what people think. I mean, it's natural in general. It's, I feel like most people have a concern of what other people think of them. It's that some people will get really weighed down by that concern, and other people won't. If that makes sense. Some people learn to not let it weigh them down. Some people find a mix. I'd say I'm in that category where, like, I'd say for the most part, I don't care what people think of me. But ultimately, as a content creator, both in terms of YouTube and being an artist, I obviously do care what people think of me. I just don't lose sleep over it, I guess, is what it comes down to. I think it's more that, like, I care what people think about my content more so, whereas the typical judgy member of society that's just like, why don't you have a real job? It's like, those are the people I don't give a fuck about. I'm like, those are the ones where I'm like, I don't care what they think of me. Because ultimately, people like that will never be happy anyway. Like, even if you do everything in the approved manner as they see fit, they're still gonna find something wrong. So, like, who cares? Hey, Alexander, how's it going? Should probably take a break soonish. I think we're gonna try and finish this level up, and then we'll take a break. We can only have one more, so that works. But yeah, especially at your age, like when I was your age, I cared a lot more about what people thought of me. So you're not alone, I guess is what I'm getting at. It takes a while. It can take a while to, like, kind of grow into a person, if that makes sense. And find who you are and be comfortable with who you are. Wouldn't worry about it if you feel like you're not there yet. It's like, it takes some people a long time to do that. All else fails, plug in a microphone, listen to yourself yammer into it, and come to realize that you sound ridiculous and that's fine. That's what I did. I see what I was doing wrong. She eating that baby good and high. You get in trouble for that sort of thing these days. Pretty sure. He probably says the same thing every time, too, if I had to guess. 3 new levels? Dude. We're only just getting started. How many puzzles have we done so far? There's, what, 15 per? So we've done 60? And we haven't even... Oh, we got extra ones for Wario, too. Oh, no, we don't have those yet. I see. Let's do one more. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're only just getting started, for sure. We have new music, too. Moving on up. Uh-oh. It's getting hard. It's getting harder. We definitely moved up in difficulty here. I can feel it. That there's only 4 stages? No. I don't know how many there are, but yeah, we're only just getting started. Did you think this was going to be a one-stream thing or something? Like, yeah, no. No. One more. I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. This one sounds like Final Fantasy music. Like an overworld track or something. This definitely makes me want to play the Game Boy ones again. The second Game Boy one in particular had, like, they were all 15 by 15 puzzles like this, but each puzzle was made up of 4 15 by 15 puzzles, like, montaged together. So it was, like, quite the ordeal. But it was fun. I liked it. Dude, we're just gonna finish the row, I don't even care. Hey, Demonic, how's it going? And Raiders, how's it going as well? Real quick. Tara and Acme, how you guys doing? Hope you had a good time tonight. I would assume, which is probably a horribly wrong thing to do, but I would assume you're playing that new Ace Attorney game. If I had to guess. Which, again, might be a horrible assumption to make. Whoops. We are just about to take a break, but but I shouldn't be long, and then we'll jump right back to it shortly. Just to be, fully transparent there. I actually should have taken a break, like, quite a bit ago, and I'm just dragging my feet, because I don't want to stop. Is it like a telephone pole and a dog or something? Is that what I'm looking at? Oh, yep. And he is peeing on it. Okay. Oh, you're not getting to the new Ace Attorney yet. Yeah, we'll finish this one and then take a break. Uh-oh. Excuse me. I don't know if you could actually hear that. I think the noise cancellation actually does a pretty good job of canceling out sneezes, which is pretty cool. Or at least makes it that they're not super loud, which is perfectly fine by me. Dude, is this like a guy in a trench coat with a gun? Is that what I'm looking at? Yo, in my Nintendo game? It's like a dude in a trench coat with like a Tommy gun. It absolutely is. In my Nintendo game, hello? He's just going ham, too. Everyone around him is dying. And... okay. That was a thing. Oh, that's right. You only just started Layton versus right. See, that makes sense. You want to finish that first? Oh. I know Twain's in a similar situation where he wants to finish up the stuff he already has going before that first. Which makes sense. Alright. A little overdue for a break. I shouldn't be too long. I'm just gonna hit the bathroom and get a drink. Not from the bathroom, but you know what I mean. Don't be a smartass. Yeah, they put the Mafia in a Mario game. Or like a gangster in a Mario game. In my Nintendo game. Things were different 25 years ago, is what we can take away from that. Anyway, yeah, I won't be on break long. I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll keep going. We're only just getting started. I know that we're like... what did I just say? We were like 60 puzzles in, but like, yeah, this is only just the beginning. We still have a long way to go, so... If you also need a break, now's your opportunity to go take one. We'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll continue. Sometimes I wonder if taking a break too quickly is actually a bad thing. Like if I put a bunch of effort into thinking about what music to put on the break, and if I pick one that people like, wouldn't they want the breaks to be longer so they can enjoy the music longer? I guess in particular in moments like this where we're not jumping straight back into the game. I'm gonna open my next drink and all that stuff. Just kind of chill for a moment. Maybe people would have preferred just like to continue bang to the music for a while. I don't know. I don't like this music very well. So let's go ahead and get in here. We're not going to start it right away, but yeah, it's better. Let's say just playing music they like when being put on hold. Yeah, and then you have those moments where you take them off of hold and you catch them singing along. Except we don't have that exchange here, so you guys can sing along all you want and I'll never know. In fact, I encourage it. So Picross is basically a game where you're making a picture, more or less. Yeah, it's basically it's a lot like Sudoku. All of these numbers tell me how many tiles need to be ticked off in that column. So you want to start with the big numbers, like the 13. It's 15 by 15. So we know that the 13, if it's all the way to the left, it'll extend all the way over here, right? If it's all the way over to the right, it'll extend all the way over here, so we have an overlap there. And then we can look at the columns to determine, well, all of those columns have 1s on the bottom, which means nothing can be next to that. Whenever there's multiple numbers, like take the 1 and the 9, there has to be a 1 tile somewhere, any number of gap in between them, and then 9 tiles in a row. So we know that by looking at the columns here, that nothing can be connected to that, like, on this row. And then we just kind of, like, we just reverse it. I don't know if reverse engineer is the right way of putting it. You know what I mean, though. I feel like this game is actually better for potentially explaining it to people, because I'm not having to deal with bullshit Mega Picross, so... Now, a lot of it is... I'm kind of working through it in my head, which probably still makes it not great for explaining, but... That has to be the 4, which means we know the 3 goes here. So, for example, here, we have this, looking at the row, we have 1, 2, 2, 1. We know that nothing can go here. Because either this is 1, and nothing can connect to it in general, or it's a 2, in which case the 1 has to go here, which means nothing can go in this tile. As a result, looking at the column, we know that the 9 has to extend all the way down here. This is a 1, so nothing can go there. This column is a 3, which means it can't fit in here, so we can cross all those off. And then it just kind of avalanches from there. Just it's one thing after another. Worth pointing out, I said I'd point it out a lot tonight, and I have not been doing that. This game in particular, Mario's Super Picross, is available on Switch Online, on Super Nintendo Online. On the American Super Nintendo Online. It is still in Japanese. But you don't... Aside from learning how to play, you don't really need it to be in English. The menus are pretty basic. You'll be able to navigate through them just fine, but if anyone is curious about giving Picross a shot, like you have Switch Online, you just have access to this game, so it's just there awaiting for you. And truthfully, I feel like this one's a little bit easier than the ones we've been playing on Switch recently, so I feel like it'd probably be a pretty good starting point. Although, the ones on Switch have, like... The ones made for Switch, maybe I should clarify, have, like, variable assist modes, which is kind of nice for learning too, because you can be like, well, I like having this particular type of assist on, but I don't like having this one on. So you can kind of like customize your difficulty, which is nice. They're also affordable. They're $10 each, so they're not bad. But I could understand why someone wouldn't want to take the plunge straight away. Like, a Picross nearly broke me one stream. Multiple streams. I think there was at least 2 where it almost broke me. Last week's Picross stream was 8 hours long just because of Mega Picross being shitty. Yeah, if I recall correctly, the puzzles in this game are actually different. Like, it's not like the Wario side puzzles are just the same ones, except they don't correct you. So I figured I would just start with these and go through all of them. It's content, right? Oh, this is a free row. Although I don't particularly love that they do correct your mistakes in this mode, because sometimes I'll make mistakes that I know are mistakes. Like, as soon as I make them, I'm like, oh, nope, that's wrong. I need to fix that. But they've already penalized me. Luckily, we haven't run into a problem where I'm doing it enough that we actually run out of time. It hasn't been that bad, but... As a kid, the, we'll fix your mistakes one, like, stumped the or we won't fix your mistakes one, stumped the shit out of me. Like, I felt like I was able to do Picross, and it made me feel smart, and then I tried to do free mode, they call it, and, I was like, this is fucking hard, I'm dumb. I don't think I'll have that problem now. Just because, like, now, The ones we do on Switch, like, I turn all the assist off anyway, and it's the same thing, basically. I'm used to it by now. It's a bug. I don't know what type of bug it is, but it's a bug. Ew. They had to make it squirm. It's definitely getting a little bit harder. There's like a less... There are less obvious places to start now. Although, it still kind of flows pretty well. This one's trying to trick me with symmetry, so I have to be careful not to fall victim to that. I've talked about that a lot in the Picross S playthroughs. I mean, it is symmetrical, but sometimes if you assume it's symmetrical, then you just wind up making a ton of mistakes because it's actually not symmetrical, so... What, that was the one we were just looking at? That doesn't mean much to me, though. I'm gonna be totally honest. Is that like what kind of a bug is it? Is it a type of someone? You said cockroach. Is it a type of cockroach or? I mentioned this in a stream, was my bad. I mentioned this in a stream, like, I don't know, last week at some point. Maybe a week before that. Where, you guys just have that moment of, like... You have those moments where, like, a game has you so hooked that you just spontaneously, when you're doing something else, you're like, dude, I want to play more of this. That's me in Mario Golf. I just had a very sudden moment of, dude, I want to play some more Mario Golf. Like, I don't... What made me think of that? I don't know. I just want to play it. Like, not now, brain. We're in the middle of something here. Dude, it's a strawberry. I see it. Also want to play more Pokemon Unite. There's a lot of games I've been wanting to play lately. Let's be real. As much as I am still like, yeah, we're gonna finish Bravely Default. I'm still having those moments of like, dude, as soon as we're done with that, there's so much else we can do instead, which is gonna be fantastic. I thought of another game that I was like, we should get back to that once we're done with Bravely Default, like a game we were playing quite a long time ago, and we just never finished. It'll be nice being free, for lack of a better way of putting it. I still want to go for the true ending in Bravely Default, though. Oops. Oh, it's like a weatherman dude or something. Newscaster, perhaps. I kind of like how this might sound strange. I think one of my favorite things about the Super Nintendo Switch Online controller is how lightweight it is. Like, the Pro controller's pretty heavy. I think it also works really well for a game like this that is a Super Nintendo game, just for the sake of novelty. okay. It's like I'm actually playing a real Super Famicom game on a Super Nintendo controller. That doesn't fully make as much sense as I thought it did, but whatever. You know what I mean. I guess where the Super Famicom and the Super Nintendo controllers like different. They had different color schemes. I know that much. But were they like they weren't shaped differently or anything, were they? So I guess what's the difference? But still. It's a balloon, dude. This is news in Japanese. I'm impressed at how quick you're able to, I'm not giving you a very big window to read these, but you're able to still look at them and be like... You're not immediately like, yeah, I know what that says, but you're able to remember it long enough to troubleshoot it. Unless you're just pausing the stream constantly. Like designing stuff off of like drawing stuff? Like more natural environments. I'm bad at stuff like environments. It's not one of my strong points. I don't dislike doing it, I just don't think I'm very good at it. I'm better than I used to be, because I put in some time to learn to be slightly better at it. Enough to get by, but still don't think it's one of my strong suits. If that's what you meant. Dude, they're playing croquet. No one knows what croquet... No one knew what croquet was back then, and no one knows what it is now. Fuck! I didn't mean to do that. Oopsie! Famicom was more colorful, SNES was more serious. I don't know, I like the gray and purple, personally. It is a bit more, like, subdued, I guess, but I've always liked that color scheme, at least. I've actually played croquet. I used to have a croquet set when I was a kid. I feel like most kids today probably are like, what the fuck is croquet? But even, like I said, even back then, I feel like not many people knew what it was. Wasn't something that was oft talked about at school or anything like that. But in your head, you're thinking, why are you going so fast? Do you want me to slow down a little bit? On those screens? That's not right. I now know it is because they didn't punish me for it, but damn it, we're not taking the fucking hints. Thank you very much. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know how long I've been? I killed Mega Picross. Like, show some respect. I have no idea. Oh, that's not what I saw at all. It's a man on an escalator. I mean, of course it is. It's a lot of the same man on an escalator. So that's escalator, right? Probably. I'm sure they have their own word for it. Hey, thanks, Mario. I'm pretty sure he says the same thing every time. Pretty sure. They wanted it to be like a VCR. I could see that. The whole thing at the time was like, they definitely were trying to sell the NES as not video games because the Atari crashed the industry so fucking hard that, like, games just weren't selling anymore. So they had to try and make it seem like not a game. So they tried a bunch of different things there. They tried to make it seem more like toy-like. I've mentioned before, like, if anyone's looking for good reading material and they're interested in, like, the history of games and such, then, read Console Wars. It talks a lot about, like, it's more specifically about Nintendo versus Sega, but they talk a lot about the industry crash, too. I learned a lot from reading that. especially about, like, we've talked before, like, briefly on the stream about, like, why do so many third parties hold a grudge against Nintendo? And, like, that's why, because Nintendo really locked things down in, like, late 80s, early 90s, because they more or less saved the industry after it crashed due to Atari. So once they fixed it, they were like, we're gonna put all this shit in place so that people can't fuck it up again. And then third parties didn't like it, because they were like, this is too restricting. What makes you think you can tell us what to do? And realistically, they were like, well, if it wasn't for us, you guys wouldn't have a video game industry anymore, so... Not saying what they did was right, but they did have, like, the best intentions for the industry in mind. They were trying to protect it from oversaturation. A lot of people blame the industry crash on, E.T. for the Atari, but that was, like... That was a symptom of what caused the crash. It was more so that Atari went too hard. They found something that worked, and they tried to... They oversaturated the market, like, real hard. Because they were like, we want to make as much money as possible off of this. And then it got to a point where, like, retailers were like, you're taking up too much of our store space. There was, like, all sorts of problems. There were too many, like, options when it came to, like, what to buy, so consumers were confused, and it just became a big ol' problem. A lot of people probably oversimplify it and think it's like, well, E.T. was a bad game, so that's why the industry crashed. Yeah, it's a bad game, but it's also, that wasn't exactly what caused it. Like I said, that was a symptom of other problems. It's all very interesting, I think. That's why I said, like, I'd recommend getting and reading that for anyone who's interested in that level of history. It'll probably, honestly, like, if you're, like, a Nintendo skeptic, it'll probably give you some insight as to, like, why they do things the way they do. Yeah, like I said, they oversaturated the market. They put way too many games out way too quickly, because they were just trying to desperately make money off of it. And they just severely oversaturated. And yeah, E.T. was just a symptom of that. It was just one of the games. One that they really thought was going to sell really well because of the movie tie-in, so they made more of them than they probably should have. And then, yeah, it didn't sell because the market was oversaturated. No one wanted to buy video games. It wasn't that it didn't sell because it was bad. It didn't sell because Atari caused another problem. Another problem entirely. That's why Nintendo did shit with, like, Rob. They were really trying to make the NES seem like a toy, not a video game, because there was a stigma about video games at the time. So they were like, well, if we sell it as a video game system, it's not going to sell, so we have to try and sell it as something else. And it worked. And then, yeah, they put all these precautions in place to stop people from doing what Atari did. And third parties didn't like it. Which is perhaps understandable, but at the same time, they should have acknowledged the fact that doing the same thing all over again and just crashing it just again would have been unhealthy. What is this cartoon character we have here? Oh, it's a rabbit. I thought it was a dude with, like, one of those raccoon skin hats. And I was like, dude, why is he so floppy? If he's a rabbit, that makes a little bit more sense. Is that what it was supposed to be? Maybe. Sorry, I kind of jumped right past the translation opportunity again. I was like, dude, just give me more puzzles. I don't give a fuck, just give me puzzles. Bum, 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 bum. Born just around the time video game market was being reborn. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds about right. I was thinking about that when I was speedrunning Zelda, where I was like, this game came out when I was 1. It's the Thinker, dude. Kind of. He's in the Thinker pose, anyway. I think at this point, if this is what you mean, I don't think a second crash could happen at this point. Unless you mean you heard people talking about it back then. At this point, it would require consumers to the casual consumer especially, to, like, all unanimously put their foot down. It would require all the people that are buying Call of Duty games every single year to suddenly put their foot down and say, no, enough is enough. And that's not gonna happen. I think it's relatively safe at this point. if anything, we could potentially see something with, like, people putting their foot down on, like, VR and being like, no, this is not a thing. Like, with gimmicks, we might see it happen. Where consumers are just like, nah. Like what happened with, like Rock Band, for example. Like, that was really big for a while, but then just all of a sudden people were like, nah, we're done. A genre crash, if you will. But even then, it's gonna have to be, like, heavily focused on some sort of, like, bizarre gimmick for it to be a problem, I think. But if you mean, like, back then you heard people talking about it, that makes sense. That they would have been potentially concerned about it. And they probably should have been. Like, that's why I thought it was shitty that, sometimes trying to focus on doing this and talk is just not very productive. That's why I thought it was ridiculous that third parties held such a grudge against Nintendo for, like, trying to lock it down and not let it happen again. Is like, someone had to do it. Yeah, I think trends up and down. Like, I heard... Oh, I didn't want to do that. I heard that was a thing recently. Some people on Twitter, I think, were saying that, like, not that movies are on their way out, but, like, in another, like, 20 years, movies might not be as much of a thing. Or at least, like, going to the movie theater might not be as much of a thing. It's like, potentially, especially after the pandemic. I think the pandemic kind of fundamentally changed the way the movie industry needs to operate to continue to survive. It's kind of strange, like, thinking back to stuff like the game industry, correct? Well, not necessarily that, because I was 1, so it probably wouldn't have mattered, but my, I thought it was interesting that, like, my dad has always been, like, really into tech and stuff, but he was more of, like, a computer guy when I was growing up. I don't remember him... We didn't have a game console until I asked for one, basically. Which, at times, I think is kind of odd. With the fact that he was like, this is maybe something I should poke him about and say, hey, I want to get some insight. Like, did he think that gaming was just, like, game consoles were never gonna take off? So did he just think, nah, I'm not gonna waste my time with those, because it's just not gonna be a thing in another 10 years, or... Like, I wonder what it was about that made him say, like, this isn't something I'm going to pursue. It's a dog, dude. I was about to say, some of them just aren't animated, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't think a crash could happen now unless, like I said, consumers would have to, like the casual consumer, the people who buy Skyrim 17 times and will buy any Grand Theft Auto that's made and will buy a Call of Duty game every single year. Those are the consumers that are gonna have to like unanimously put their foot down and say no is enough and enough is enough. And even then, due to the fact that that's only certain companies, I don't think it would hurt the companies. Like Activision would be doomed if that would happen, but like Nintendo would be fine because they have a completely different audience, more or less. If anything, it would just be a paradigm shift. I don't think it would crash so much as there would just be a shift in power. Which, if you ask me, we might need, to be honest. Not as much as we perhaps once did, but... But I do think that the industry is potentially too big to fail at this point. At this point in time, I think it's too big to fail. Something big would have to happen. And like I said, at this point, I think if something big did happen, it would just hurt individual companies. It wouldn't completely bring the market down. It would just be like a few select companies would be like, oh shit, we gotta like really question what we're doing here because this isn't working. Now, I'm no analyst, to be fair, but like I said, if consumers were suddenly like, wow, that was dumb. We're suddenly like, we're not buying fucking Call of Duty games every year again. Like, we're not doing it. We're done. Nintendo would be fine. Nintendo would be like, that wouldn't hurt them at all. We don't necessarily know that, except now we do because, you know, the game didn't correct us, but... Again, I'm no analyst, so I could be 100% incorrect. But I do think gaming is... The thing is a lot of game companies make a lot of really stupid mistakes, and it's not hurting them. So it's kind of like... I think it's too big to fail at this point, because you see the stupid shit that some of these companies do, and like, they're still making money hand over fist, so it's like, if that's not gonna stop them, what will? You know what I mean? Look at the shit with Activision Blizzard right now, with all the drama that they have going on, with like, they got accused of sexual harassment stuff, and they were like, nah, we didn't, and people are presenting all this evidence, and they're still like, nah, we didn't, even they've been kind of caught red-handed. This is like a massive scandal that they're dealing with, and they're going to be fine. That's the sad thing. They are gonna be fine. That's probably not gonna bring them down in the long run. It's not like in 2 years that they're just gonna be bankrupt and it's gonna be like, oh, well, that killed them. Like, you look at look at EA. People have been criticizing EA for being like money-grubbing assholes for how long, and they're still just making millions of dollars. It's not hurting them because people are still buying the games. The people who are criticizing them for their practices aren't the people that are buying the games, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unless the people that buy the games suddenly are like, hey, we should stop buying from these companies, it's not gonna make a difference. Sad truth, really. I'm sure that's a truth that a lot of people don't want to hear, but I think that's fairly true. Like in the instance of Activision Blizzard, everything they're going through, unless people stop buying Call of Duty games every year, and their millions upon millions of World of Warcraft subscribers suddenly cancel their subscriptions, they don't fucking care. They're still making more money than they know what to do with, so it doesn't matter. And that's why I think that the industry is basically too big to fail. Because everybody would have to, all at once, wake up and be like, oh, no, we're putting our foot down and we're not doing this anymore. And I don't think that's gonna happen. If shit like what's going on with Activision Blizzard right now, if shit like that isn't permanently damaging that company, what will? What will? You have, like, strong evidence that companies are complete assholes to everyone, basically. Not just their employees, but everyone, and it's not hurting them. They're walking away from it just fine. If that doesn't stop them, what will? And maybe that's a pessimistic way of looking at it, too, which is fair. If somebody said you're just being pessimistic, things will change, it's like, yeah, I don't believe that, but you're not wrong by saying that I'm just being pessimistic. Like, that's accurate. You are correct. Anyway. I've mentioned before, like, conversations like that are pretty tough on Picross nights because, like, they're easy to just keep going. They're easy to just kind of, like, I set my brain on autopilot to whatever the conversation is, and then I just let it go. It's like one of those spinning top toys. I rev it up good and hard, and then I just let it go and let it do its own thing. And that's good, because it keeps me talking while I'm playing a game like this, but sometimes I'll also be like, I should probably move on from this topic. But I often find myself being like, but I should also keep talking. I don't want there to be dead air in the stream. And as there often is, just because I'll get focused or whatever. But it's also like, topics like that in particular might reach a point where people are like, I don't want to hear about this anymore. And it's like, that's fair, but it's hard to, once the top gets spinning, it's hard to stop it unless you just, like, stomp it out flat. Yeah, that's another thing with Sony, is even if, like, the PlayStation suddenly flopped, they do other things. Now, I'd be curious to know, didn't they drop out of making TVs or something like that? Nintendo doesn't make anything else. That's it. But that's a good example with, like, Microsoft. If the Xbox flopped, they would just put all of their effort into PCs instead. They would just reroute and be like, okay, we're just gonna do this instead. I'm dumb. That's fair. That was just stupid. That's fair. I don't know what I was thinking on that one. Hell, Microsoft has already kind of done that. Like, they release so many of their games on PC now because Xbox One didn't do that well. So they were kind of like, okay, what do we do to salvage this and still make money? Just put our games on PC. Done. Like, as much as I still don't particularly care for Xbox or, like, any of the games they have to offer, I do think in the past, like, couple years, they've made a couple of very good choices as far as, like, running their business goes. Like, they've been very aware of, like, oh, this isn't working, we need to do something else. And then they think of something else and they do it. They're doing a lot of what Nintendo did in the Wii U era, to be honest. In the Wii U era, Nintendo was very like, this isn't really working, so we have to, like, find a way to cut our losses. And somehow make it still work. And they did that by, one, through Club Nintendo, they gave away a bunch of stuff to the Wii U, people who did have Wii U's, which kept the people who were Nintendo fans happy, because we were like, oh, we're getting free stuff all the time, this is super cool. So that stopped us from, like, jumping ship, selling our Wii U's, and being like, we're just gonna go to another platform instead, because we were like, well, at least they gave me Wind Waker for free. And they just put a large focus on 3DS instead, because 3DS was actually doing well, so they were just kind of like, ah, fuck it, we'll just do this instead. Which sucked, and I hated it. The entire time I was like, yeah, that's great, 3DS, woo. Could you maybe pay attention to your home console, too? And they were just like, no. It's not making money, why would we do that? And it's like, I understand that, but it sucked. Because I still wanted, like, a console experience, too. Don't technically know that. Let's not go with that just yet. puzzles, they do be getting harder. That was dumb. I paid the price. That was a situation of... I didn't fully know if that was a thing or not, I just kind of hit it anyway. And if it were Switch Picross, I probably would have very quickly been like, wait, no, and I would have taken it back, but you just get punished for it in this game, sadly. Sorry, give me a minute. I focused in pretty hard. Sometimes I can't help it. Sometimes it just happens. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'm just gonna focus on this until I finish it. Oh, it's a turtle. What? What did I do wrong where? Fuck. Yeah, this happens sometimes. Where you'll, like, accidentally... That could even happen in the other Picross games, so... The thing is like, if Nintendo needed a backup plan, I'm fairly confident that they'd come up with one pretty quickly. Or they have enough money to last, because... That was what happened with the Wii U, kind of. They have enough money that they can just, like, bite a console generation just not working in their favor. And just be like, oh, we'll just make the next one really good. It'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think Sony makes TVs anymore. Unless they own a company that does. Nintendo went into mobile games, but then they backed out, too. Like, they're not making anymore, I think they said. Because they were like, it just wasn't working. As predicted. Well, as I predicted anyway. I was like, that's not gonna work. It's not as easy as just... I don't think there's a space for premium mobile games. They have to resort to, like, shitty gacha gambling mechanics, and they don't want to do that. I don't like this music. The puzzle music I'm fine with. The menu music is just very bland. Oh, I didn't see this big-ass 13 there. Yeah, mobile was huge at the time, and analysts kept being like, Nintendo's doomed if they don't get into mobile games, so Nintendo was like, fine, we'll get into mobile games, and then they were probably like, this is stupid, why are we doing this? Which is reasonable. It was worth pursuing, I guess, but I think they knew what they were getting into. I think that's why they hired another company to make the games, more or less. They were like... They didn't want to take their development away from making real games to make fucking mobile games. So they were like, we'll just, get someone else to help us with it, and then we can just easily cut if we decide that's not working. Not counting, of course. I shouldn't even have to say this, but I know someone's always gonna be like, oh, but what about this? Pokemon doesn't count. Let's just get that out there. Oh, shit. Nintendo owns a lot of stock in Pokemon, but they don't really call the shots. They let Pokemon just kind of do whatever the fuck they want. So if you're thinking... Oh, you say Nintendo doesn't make mobile games anymore, but there's Pokemon mobile games coming out all the time. Those aren't made by Nintendo. Pokemon Go is not made by Nintendo. Let's, like, get that straight. A lot of people like to make that, like, assumption. And it's like, that's not true. That's wrong. I think, like, Miyamoto consulted on making Go, but he wasn't an active developer for it. It was just hey, what do you think of this? And he was like, it's aight. Like, that's all there was to it. But otherwise, they just don't have input on that. If Pokemon wants to make a mobile game, they make a mobile game. I don't think they... I guess I can't say for sure. I was gonna say they don't even need Nintendo's permission, but that might not be true. They might need Nintendo to sign off on it and say, yeah, this is fine. But I don't know. It's definitely a face, dude. It's like a vampire face or something. Or a demon. I think it's supposed to be a demon. I don't know, the pale skin's got me thinking vampire again. Volpe? What's it gonna be? What's that say? It's not a Tengu, no. Heard many game developers went into mobile and a lot of hardcore gamers hated it. Yeah, it's garbage. Like, because now we got stuff like those cool-looking pixel remasters for Final Fantasy, and they're just kind of like, mobile players will pay $100 for these. But we're not sure if console players will. Like, it's completely idiotic. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Oh. It's one of those? Dude, that's the thing from the end of Mega Man 7. That's what that thing's... There's that one boss in Mega Man 7, it's like Hanya Ned squared or something, and it's based off of one of these. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Interesting. This music still reminds me of, like, Final Fantasy Overworld music or something. Which is interesting, because a lot of the music... I didn't mean to do that. In the Switch Picross titles, there was a track in one of those, too, where I was like, this sounds like overworld music from a Final Fantasy game. Has me thinking, or wondering, if the same person still does all of these soundtracks. Because this one in particular sounds like it could be in one of the Switch titles. I don't think it is. I'm not saying that, like, they reused it for that. But it's, like, similar in style. That's what I'm getting at. Sorry, I'm dialing in a little bit here again. Give me a moment. It kind of stresses me out sometimes because I'll be like super dialed in, but I can see in my peripheral vision that chat is moving, and I'm like, I should look at chat, but I'm on a roll. Kind of want to keep going while I'm on a roll. That was stupid. I need to stop doing stuff like that. See, again, I probably would have immediately noticed that was stupid. Oh, I goofed somewhere. I forgot the 3 here. That's what I did. Uh-oh. Okay. That was a little unfortunate, and there might be other mistakes that we made there, but we'll just have to wait and find out. Okay, we're fine. Cool. Take it easy, Acme. Thanks for bringing the raid over and hanging out for a bit. It's always good to have you. I'm pretty sure that was a very large word to just say camel, so I'm thinking it was something a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every time he's just like, great work, you did it. We'll see you in the next level, or something like that. Sorry, I had a Discord ping. Ooh. I didn't know they actually released patch notes for Pokemon Unite. That's neat. Sounds like the one coming this week is actually, like, balance changes. Oh yeah, they put it on the tweeter. Why is Sakurai trending? Do I even want to know, dude? Oh, it's his birthday. That's right. Forgot. Yesterday was his birthday. It is now after midnight, and I don't think it is his birthday anymore. Or is it the 3rd? I don't know. I don't remember. Happy birthday, Sakurai. Man, still looks... He does not look nearly as old as he actually is. It's amazing to me. I'm gonna scan through the Unite updates really quick, because I'm curious. I guess I'm mostly curious if, like, some of the things I've been considering as being a little too powerful, if they've gotten nerfed. Like, Hex. Yeah, they nerfed Hex. That's completely understandable. That was way too strong. Gengar's with... If you took the Sludge Bomb Hex combo and Unite, like, you were, like, 3-shotting Pokemon. Like, it was kind of stupid. That definitely needed to be nerfed. I forget what I was just experiencing, like, last night, that I was like, this is a little too strong. That sucks. I was kind of hoping we'd get Blastoise this week, and it's kind of sounded like that's not the case, but that's okay, I guess. Is his birthday on the 2nd or the 3rd? I can't remember. I realized with the release, between the release of Unite and Mario Golf, I, like, officially don't give a fuck about that last Smash Brothers character anymore. I'm way more interested in what they're gonna add to Mario Golf and Pokemon Unite. Those could technically go there. I don't think they're going to, but it's not jump the gun. I think we're finally at the level where it's like, yo, this is hard. I think we finally hit that point of like, it's getting hard. That's what she said. These are taking a little bit more thought. So it did take a little bit longer to get like revved up compared to the compared to the Switch ones, where I'm usually like those rev up pretty quickly, and you're like, yeah, this is already difficult. This one I had to get quite a bit of the way into this before they started hitting me a little bit harder. Yo, I'm pretty sure it's a bird, dude. I'm pretty sure it's a bird. It's a bird, dude. No, it's like the afternoon in Japan right now, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1:30 in the afternoon in Japan right now, so his birthday's not over. He still has the rest of the day. Did Volpe call me an idiot? Yeah, they are, they're 13 hours ahead of us in Japan. So yeah, it's still very much the third there for a while now. Spoiler. When messages get retracted, the streamer can still see it. If you have chatbot, that is. If you don't have chatbot, then you can't. That's also a thing that's built in on Twitch, which is really interesting. The streamer and moderators both can see so much about you on Twitch. It's kind of crazy. They can see your entire chat history. They can see when you subscribed. They can see when you created your account. Like, I think that's why trolling isn't really a thing on Twitch, because they give you so much power to deal with trolls that it's like, they just can't really do it. Compared to YouTube, where they don't give us any tools at all. It's a definite thing that they should do better about. YouTube is basically like, oh, you're getting trolled? Have you tried, not getting trolled? Like, that's more or less their answer to the situation. They're like, have you tried just not? Thanks, YouTube. Even if it's like fucking harassment, they're legit just like, call the police, I guess. It's like, what? That's your answer? Okay, anyway. So, like, an eel, I guess is what we're looking at. YouTube basically does that thing where, like, they say, like, you can report them, but that doesn't mean we're gonna do anything about it. Like, you can go ahead and report it, but that doesn't mean we're gonna fix it. My favorite is if you try to report someone else being harassed, they'll legit just be like, we can't do anything about that. Like, you have to tell them to report it. Like, to a point, I get it, because, like, you don't want people reporting what they think is harassment if it's not actually harassment, and then shit going down because they didn't understand the context of the situation or anything like that. Like, to a point, I get it, but it's also like, dude, what? They're just a little too hands-off sometimes, I think. I think that might be their biggest downfall. Their goal for this site is for it to be as hands-off as possible. They don't want to have to ever address an issue, ever. It should just all be automatically addressed. It's like, that's ambitious, I'll give you that, but, you know, not terribly realistic. There's always gonna be, like, human error that you have to deal with. This one's a little nasty. This one's a little nasty. Not super nasty, but a little nasty. I think it's a fountain, by the way. Oh, it was unagi. That makes sense. By the way, we might finish this row and then take a break. Maybe. I think it's around that time of the night. I can't decide if I like the squeakiness of this game's sound effects or not. I think I do, but then, like, every now and then I'm like, that particular tone didn't, like, hit the right note, and I don't like it. It's kind of odd. Alright, so we know the 5 can't go up there now. What I do like is that it's trusting me to be capable of thinking a little bit more than it was earlier. Oh, that's not correct on the topic of thinking. Now we know that goes there. What's a seahorse? I see it. Yeah, I think that's YouTube's thing in particular with, like, if you try to report harassment towards someone else, is like they assume there's a chance that they think, well, if someone's being harassed, they should report it. Which, to a point, I understand. Because no one can really tell what harassment is aside from the person that's being harassed. Like, I get that. Let's do, like, one more. See, this is like Picross at its best, because I'm just kind of like, more. More, please. Whereas Mega Picross makes me feel like I can't wait for it to be over. It's like a completely different type of experience. And not in a good way. I am gonna try to just focus and get through it though, so that break time can happen. Oh, it's a palm tree, I think. It's a palm tree and a crab? A frog? I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's a frog, okay. I don't think of frogs when I think of the beach, but okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, let's take a quick break. Yeah, you unlock Wario's side after, like, level 1. Like, we got that, like, pretty much immediately. I just haven't started yet. I figured I would do all these first. I want to say... Well, some of these puzzles I'm still, like... It's not like I'm remembering them, but when I see, like, the image, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of remember that. So I don't remember how, like, far through this game I got. It's been a long time. So I can't really say, like, oh, I'm further than I've ever been, because I don't know if that's the case yet. I want to say I never finished it, because I remember being bad at free mode Picross when I was a kid, so I doubt I ever finished Wario's side. I may have finished Mario's. It's kind of hard to tell. Anyway, let's take a quick break. We still have plenty to go tonight. We're kind of just tearing through these. At this point, we're up to, like... This makes... Oh, these aren't 15 puzzles per level. These are 12 puzzles per level. I was wrong on that. I have to redo the math, then. I don't need no fucking YouTube videos for those. I'll be fine. Free mode is nothing now. It's just when I was a kid I sucked at it, but now it's like... Whatever. We've done, what, 72 puzzles, then? Plus these 5, so 77. I wonder if we can hit 100 tonight. We'll see. Alright, so. Quick break. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue. So, stay tuned. More Picross after this. Okay, that was good timing. Dinner walked in the door just as I got up, so I grabbed a few tacos. We are fueled and ready to go. Let's jump back in. Logan, how's it going? Just a block of cheddar, huh? Not even cutting it up or anything. I think you can see what's up. You get it. Just chilling with some normie-ass Picross. None of that mega Picross try-hard bullshit. Just having a swell, chill time. Excuse me. I drowned those tacos in hot sauce, which may have been a bad idea, but I think we'll be fine. Should mention a couple times tonight, but I'll mention it again for Logan's sake. If you find yourself hungry for a little bit of Picross, this one's just on Super Nintendo Online, so help yourself. This one's trying to trick me with the symmetry. I can feel it. It's trying to bait me into, Yeah, go ahead, it's symmetrical. Just go ahead, make some assumptions. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You're not gonna get me like that. It's not happening. Even if it is symmetrical, that's fine. We'll we'll get there the old-fashioned way. Is it another? It's another bug of some sort, isn't it? Yeah, picking some crosses. Picking cross until it is done. You don't like cheese, Volpe? Honestly, when I was your age, like, I occasionally liked cheese. But, like, to just have, like, a brick of cheese, I was not a fan. Someone poisoned those tacos? Well, they were those Doritos tacos, so... But, tish. Oh, someone poisoned Guy's tacos was probably what you were saying? I was like, why would you think my tacos are poisoned? Yeah, I don't think I would trust food that just shows up at the door like that from someone I don't know. Well, unless it was, like, the delivery man for that restaurant, and then it's like, okay, I guess that's fine. But even then, can you prove it was can you prove they were affiliated with the restaurant? there still might be a concern there. Now, I will say, this is probably TMI. I remember always hearing as a kid, oh, don't eat too much cheese, you'll get constipated. And I was like, yeah, right, whatever. And I maintained that, that stance on things until about a year ago, when I actually had it happen, and it was awful. And I was like, oh, this is what they were talking about. This is why they said don't eat too much cheese. So, I'll just drop that warning for you, Logan. It is, more awful than you can imagine, so just don't eat too much. Don't go too ham, because it was awful. Who said anything about ham? I was talking about cheese, but tish. You don't care it's so worth it? It's not worth it, I guarantee. I guarantee you, it was not worth it. The whole time, and looking back, all I can think of is, it was not worth it. It was not worth it. Have you? Based on my experience, I say no, you haven't been, because it's not pleasant. But hey, just don't come crying to me when you're like, dude, you was right. To be fair, it's probably not as bad when you're younger. Maybe it was only bad because I'm getting older now. But that's enough of that topic. I can see that making a lot of people uncomfortable, so we don't need to talk about that anymore. I just felt like a warning was necessary, just because I was in that state once of, oh, parents are full of shit, they don't know what they're talking about. No, they knew. they knew. I was the one that was full of shit, both figuratively and literally, and did not know what I was talking about. But other than that, how's it been? Have you, I know it's probably like, you're probably like, dude, stop asking me, but have you been playing Unite, playing Monster Hunter, or anything like that? Just trying to make conversation, okay? I assume that you don't particularly care to talk about what you do at work or anything like that, so... Maybe you do. Maybe you fucking love it, for all I know. Maybe I should keep an open mind. Good point, self. I didn't look at it that way. Also, dude, it's totally a fish. If you're trying to tell me this isn't a fish, you can just go get fucked with that attitude for all I care. Dude, work blows chunks. Fuck that place. Wow, is it that bad? I was never under the impression that you hated it. I just didn't think you were in love with it either. I guess on that note, you're pretty good at not just arbitrarily complaining about it, which is good. I don't think we necessarily need to know about every possible bad outcome from every different type of food, though. I don't like pickles. I do like peppers, but I have them in moderation. I don't eat them super often. Lifting and bending has cost you your youthful energy. I'm surprised you haven't, like, adapted to it yet. To the point where you're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'm strong man now, it's fine. Yeah, right now it's being, like, exceptionally squeaky, and I'm like, kind of hurts to listen to a little teeny bit. You can't smell vinegar? Huh. Huh. Ever? Has that, like, always been a thing, or is that a recent thing? You might have COVID. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax. That is a symptom, but relax. It's probably not that. Dude, it's a man's sprinting. Or running on top of a ball or something? What a tryhard, dude. Like, what a show-off. Just run normally. It's fine. Oh, you can smell it? The smell just doesn't bother you? Well, that's completely different. It is a very strong smell, but, like, that doesn't mean it's gonna bother everybody. I used to not like it, and that's another thing. It, like, tastes change. I used to not like it, but then, actually, I don't have a bag here that I can show off, but those, the poppables I've shown off before, the Lay's chips that are, like, the puffed things that are, like, super good. I got, like, a salt and vinegar one of those, and I was like, dude, this is really fucking good. Like, so good that I'm gonna eat the entire bag, and then my tongue is gonna be numb afterwards because of the vinegar. But they're still, like, super fucking good. But I didn't care for the smell of it or anything about it when I was a kid. It's funny, there's some things that I, like, didn't like as a kid, and some things I did like that I hate now. It's... things change. I think we talked about that, like, a couple weeks ago, about, like, I can't even stand the smell of milk anymore. I was talking to my mama, and she said, she was like, you loved milk when you were a kid. And I was like, yeah, it makes me want to throw up now. Like, the smell of it is just awful. I don't know why. It's not like a lactose intolerance thing before anybody's like, oh, you just developed lactose intolerance. No. It's not that it physically makes me sick. It's that the smell of it makes me sick. This thing, it smells nasty. I don't know how that started. Sorry. Focused in again. Sometimes the puzzles just grip me, and I'm like, let's fucking do this shit. Let's just get in there. Oh, that was just me pressing the wrong button. That was interesting. I have no explanation. That was just my muscle memory going, go? I do not know what that... Oh, it's an origami swan, dude. I see it. Yay. Oh, is that a thing? Was that a thing that happened, like, I don't know, like 15, 20 years ago? If it was a recent thing, then that doesn't make sense. Because it was like, I liked milk like when I was in grade school, and then after that I was like, it's disgusting. Like around the time I hit like middle or high school, so it had to have been like 20 years ago that had to have happened. But that would make sense. I've never tried soy milk. I think we've had this conversation before. Was about 20 years? That's probably what it was then. I never really considered that. Uh-oh. We're fine. Relax, we're fine. Is this another bird, dude? For sure. I think it might be another bird. It's a marshmallow peep, actually. But that counts as a bird. You know what's been super cool lately? Not video games, but Tish. No, go ahead. What's been cool? What's been cool lately? Logan's just gonna fucking rage quit on me someday. He's gonna be like, you know what? Fucking, I'm out of here. I'm done. Yeah, he has cheese on pizza all the time. He'll be fine, probably. Close friend of yours has recently agreed to start being more affectionate. She comes over sometimes before work for like cuddling. Shit, really been good for me mentally. Aw. I don't know if cool is the word you were looking for there, but I could see that being like healthy, sure. I feel like I guess I don't know how I would feel about something like that. I feel like there's a strong chance I would just be annoyed, because I'm just a grumpy old man like that. Especially with how frequently lately I've just been like, I have this fucking just enormous list of shit to do, so I just constantly be like, I don't have time for this right now. I should be doing this, 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 and this. But that's a me problem, don't get me wrong. I guess what I can compare it to, though, is like a couple of years ago, I had like a moment that changed me forever, where I very suddenly realized that like hugs are awesome. Like as a kid, I was always like, ew, don't touch me. And then I hit a point like I don't know, late 20s? It might not have even been that early, where I was just kind of like, yo, bring it in. Everything changed. So I get it. I get you. In a slightly different way, but I still get you. Yo, why these puzzles getting hard, dude? What gives? This is fucking expecting me to think bullshit. I'm kidding. This is what I wanted. Don't get me wrong. Oh, we know I can't go there. Alright. Now we're cooking. We had a brief moment of uh-oh. But then we're fine now. Oh, it's like a lighthouse with seagulls, dude. Such a happy little victory fanfare, too. That probably says, like, right to Haosu, right? The syllables work out anyway. I kinda know what I'm talking about. It's just, you know, I haven't actively studied it in so long ago that I can't even remember how long it's been. It's in that void area where I'm like, well, I did it, I just don't remember when. I don't technically know that. Actually, yes, I do. Never mind. I'm overthinking. Don't mind me. Don't know that for sure yet. I don't know that for sure yet either. Shit. There's a bunch of assumptions I could make here, but I'm trying super hard to resist doing so. There we go. Now we have what I need to back up my assumptions. That's what we've been waiting for. What the hell are we looking at? These puzzles sometimes, dude. Oh, is it like a praying mantis? I see it now. I thought it was like a deer with like really fucked up looking legs and really gnarled antlers. Anyway. Is Right the House offensive? No, because that's how they would actually say it. If they... Well, they probably have their own word for the word lighthouse. But if they were to take up American words and turn it into a word they say, that's how you would, like, spell it and say it. Just like this is probably like Mentasu? I don't think those are any of those characters, though. Because they probably have their own word for what a mantis is. That last one's Re, for example, so I'm like completely off on that one, but... You cannot eat the entire block of cheese. I got through 2/3. How big of a block of cheese are we talking about? You know how you eat a lot of cheese, it starts to taste weird and becomes difficult to eat? Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like that will happen with a lot of things. But yes. I know what you mean. Look at him doing his little dance. You don't have to convert it to pounds, just, like, is it the size of, like, a Switch? Or is it the size of, like, a Super Nintendo controller? Is that how... Oh, we got 3 more, baby. Is that how much you ate, or how big it is? That's not that much cheese. I don't think. We got a giant peach in the background, and Scarlett's not here to enjoy it. Oh no. Oh no! What the fuck? Is this a Picross puzzle of a Picross puzzle? Is that what this is? About the size of a Switch screen without a Joy-Con. Same thickness? Or probably not the same thickness. I guess that is a lot of cheese. I think this is a Picross puzzle of a Picross puzzle. I'm, like, fairly certain. This is very meta. This is very, very meta. Oh, my bad. How did I actually make a mistake? What's wrong with me? This is a Picross puzzle of a Picross puzzle. Just trust me, you had to be there. It's a lot of cheese. I mean, yeah, a block of cheese of that size I probably couldn't eat in one sitting. Dude, this is so meta. And look, it said Picross. Picross. Anyway. No, that's 100% a Picross puzzle of a Picross. Look, they are even solving it. Okay. So that one was clearly just to, like, troll and be funny. Now we're, like, actually in here. I don't think I love this music. I don't full tilt hate it. But I don't love it. I don't know how to explain it, but it's... Yeah, I don't love it. It's very, like... Fuck, that was me pressing the wrong button. Apparently that's a thing that I've never really noted. Fuck, that was just me not paying attention to the row. That's a completely different problem. It's very, like, Jeopardy theme song, except not catchy. Does that make sense? It's like design. It feels like it's designed to put you on edge and make it harder to think. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, not a fan. This is the worst one so far, I think. You know what sucks is, like, I mentioned how excited I was to, like, play this tonight. And I was. And am. Like, I'm still having a good time. You know what? Fuck. I was just not paying attention there. That's my fault. You know what I'm not looking forward to playing? Is Bravely Default. Like, it's not that I'm... Oh my god, stop it, dude. What are you doing? It's that there's so many numbers at this point that I'm, like, having a hard time reading it, I guess. It's not that I'm not looking forward to Bravely Default, it's that, like, I'm looking forward to other games more, is kind of what the issue is. I'd rather play, like, everything else at the moment. What's a Japanese word I really like? I don't think I have an answer for that question, to be honest. So we'll absolutely finish. We'll finish the main story and get the fake ending tomorrow. But I want to go for the true ending. I don't want to stop on the fake ending. So we'll have another chapter to go for the good ending. But yeah, like, I'm more excited about playing this. I'm more excited about playing 3D Blast, even. I'm more excited about playing Mario Golf. Some of the games I've, like, recently decided, like, hey, we should play this. I'm more excited about that. That Pokemon Snap update is, like, tomorrow. I'd kind of rather play that, to be honest. It's nothing against Bravely Default so much, it's just, like, I'm still in that state of... enough is enough, I guess. I would just rather do other things. But I also fully acknowledge that if we stop playing Bravely Default, I'm gonna have a hard time getting back into it. And we may potentially just never come back, so I don't want to do that. Because at the end of the day, I am enjoying it. It's not like I'm disliking it. It's just... in that constant state of, hey, think of all the other things we could be doing if we weren't anchored to this. Which is just kind of just unfortunate. Is it a trash can? Is it a trash can? This is where we put the Mega Picross, right? Just right in the can. Oh. I mean, yeah, Logan, you're not wrong. I could just be like, fuck it. I'm gonna go play something else, but I don't want to leave it unfinished. Trust me, if I didn't give a shit about leaving it unfinished, we would have stopped playing it a long time ago, just because I would have been... That's a problem I have with JRPGs, is that I'll often just... I'll be enjoying them, but then I'll just reach a point where I'm like, I'd rather do something else. And then I just stop. It's not that I even dislike the game, in most cases, it's just, something else gets my attention. And that's something that streaming helps with, which is nice. But yeah, like, I don't want to leave it unfinished. I think I was onto something a couple of weeks ago, and I should have really committed to this, when I said, if I set aside more time to do it, I think I'll have an easier time doing it. The fact that I keep doing this shit where I'll do, like, one night, and then I'll be like... Oh, the one night a week thing, I think, is hurting that playthrough. The fact that we're only playing it once a week, because I'll play it, and I'll have a ton of fun, and then and for like 2 days, I'll be like eager to get back into it, but then I'll hit the third or the fourth day, and I'll be like, oh, I would just rather play all this other stuff. By the time it comes around for the next week, I'm already like, I would just rather do something else. Whereas I think if I were doing like 2 or 3 nights a week and getting, not only would I finish it, I would have been done by now if I would have been giving it more time in the schedule. But I think I would have been more attached to it too, because I would have been, it would have been more active in my mind. Whereas right now it's just kind of like, yeah, I just haven't thought about it in a week. So now I'm just kind of like, whatever. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time to do it multiple nights a week this week. We could maybe do it twice next week. Maybe. But even then, probably not, because there's that Pokemon Snap update coming out this week that I'd like to do at some point. I want to get back to Monster Hunter at some point, because by now we probably have like a dozen event quests that we haven't, that we're behind on. So I'd like to get back to that and do that. I sometimes think that starting the Sonic Marathon was maybe not a good idea, but I really wanted to do it. If I wouldn't have done that, then we'd still have an extra week a night to play, or an extra night a week to play with still. But that, I have so many like weekly things right now, I think is the problem. We play Picross once a week, we play Sonic once a week, we do speedruns once a week. And we play Mario Golf once a week. And we only stream 5 nights a week. Sometimes 6. It gives us 1 day to work with, and that's where Bravely Default goes. So, that's kind of the problem, is I was a little too ambitious with the once a week stuff. And I started doing that like a couple of months ago when we started Bravely Default, where I was like, we'll just play 5 different games a week, once a night a week. The problem with that is that it starts to feel a little bit more monotonous. I kind of feel like streaming for the past 3 months have just been the same week over on repeat, which it essentially has been. But almost everything is something that I don't want to shelve, is the problem. Otherwise, I would have just done that. Realistically, what I should probably do is shelve speedruns for now. We had some good Zelda speedruns yesterday. I should just be content with those and shelve speedruns to get some other stuff done for a while. That's probably what I should do. That seems like a better alternative than shelving Picross or Sonic, which I really don't want to do. But I should shelve something in the interest of playing more Bravely Default and getting more of a rhythm going with that. I think if I were playing that multiple times a week, I'd have a much easier time committing to it. If I was able to say, like, oh, that'll be it for tonight, but we're gonna play more Bravely Default tomorrow, I'd be able to, like, sink my teeth in a little bit better. And I said that a couple of weeks ago, and was like, this is what we should do, but it just haven't had the time to actually do it. Because again, I don't want to actually put anything on the back burner. Because everything else I'm having fun with, so... It's a frustrating cycle at the moment, but it's also, like... I can't complain too much, because I love what I do, so it's kind of like, you know, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's killing it for me, or anything. I think that was wrong. We know it's right, because the game didn't correct us, but we're gonna take it. It just definitely gets frustrating when I see stuff like that ROM hack I mentioned earlier, that I was like, ooh, I kind of want to play that. But it's also like, when the fuck am I gonna do that? Like, when do you plan on making time for that, Self? It's like, yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't know. That's a completely fair observation, Self. Also, it's a bird again, dude. What's with all the fucking birds? Perhaps most importantly, I'm kind of sick of complaining about it. It's such a thing that has been on my mind for so long that I've probably brought it up on streams more times than I can count, and there's probably a lot of people who are like, dude, just shut up and fix it then. Like, shut up and figure it out, and so that it doesn't frustrate you anymore. And it's like, you know what, that's fair, but it's also not that easy, I guess. Because again, there's nothing in the schedule right now that I'm like, well, I hate this, so I might as well just get rid of it. Like, I'm having fun with everything. Even Bravely Default, it's just, it takes a little bit of work to, like, force myself to sit down and play, is the problem. That was dumb. That was another instance of, I immediately knew that was wrong, but the game was like, nope, gotcha. They're, like, so eager to punish you. And be like, nope, you messed up. Got him. That's not a bird. It's like Nessie or something. Volpe, would care to do the honors? Is it a type of dinosaur, or is it the Loch Ness Monster? Or is it just a boat with oars sticking out of the side, and I don't feel like that's potentially possible, too. The thing is I was reading about, like, how long is Bravely Default, and most people are saying it's, like, half the size of how long I'm taking. Apparently, I'm just making it take significantly longer than I should be, and I'm not sure why that is, because I really haven't been grinding. So I don't know where all that time is coming from, but apparently most people say it's like a 60-hour RPG, and I'm double that. Like, I don't know what I'm necessarily doing wrong. Totally get complaining about a problem, but not totally being able to solve it or being able to and not really wanting to. Yeah, it's just sometimes I complain about when people do that, so I don't feel right doing it myself. Because it's like, if you hate it, then fix it. Like, if it's something that's driving you up a wall, then fix it. I guess the problem is that Bravely Default is very much a love-hate relationship, where it's like, I don't completely hate it. Clearly, if I did, I would have done something about it. And I try to always stress that and say, like, I am still enjoying it. I don't want people to think I'm not enjoying it. It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. And that's caused stress in other places. Especially once I hit that point a couple weeks ago where I was like, I want to play all the games. Which I think happened around the time of... I mean, it was a thing before GDQ, but... I think GDQ is where it really clicked, because I was watching people play all these different games, and I was like, dude, I want to play that, I want to play that, I want to play that. Oh, but I can't right now. I think the real frustrating thing is I've had such a lack of energy this summer. And I think that's part of it. If I could just move back to streaming six nights a week, I think that would fix a lot. But I don't have the energy to do that. That's just not a realistic solution. What it really comes down to is, like... there are options, there are just not options I like, I guess is what it really comes down to. Like, I could drop Mario Golf until we see an update for that game, but I don't want to. It's fun. I have fun streaming it, I have fun playing it, I don't want to drop it. And I think those of you that have the game and come to play it are also having fun. So it's like, I don't want to drop that. That's probably what I should do, is just like, we shouldn't play Mario Golf this weekend. This weekend, or this week, rather. In the interest of getting more Bravely Default done. I don't want to. I want to play. I'm looking forward to playing Mario Golf. I don't want to drop that. If there was something I wasn't having fun with, I would have dropped it by now, I guess is the end of the story. Is like, if it was as easy as just saying, oh, I'll just get rid of this because I'm not having fun anymore. Anyway, then I would have done it. That kind of happened with, like, despite the fact that I'm saying, oh, I want to check out the free update for Pokemon Snap. That's basically what happened with Pokemon Snap, is I was having fun, and then all of a sudden I hit a point where I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. This is boring. Like, I finished it, and then I was trying to, like, 100% it, and I very quickly, at that point, once I started with 100%, I very quickly hit a point of, I'm not really having fun anymore. And as soon as that happened, I dropped it. As soon as that happened, I dropped it from the schedule. Those are easy decisions to make. When you're having fun with everything, it becomes a bit of a problem. That is another small problem with Bravely Default, is at this point I think we have all of the classes and everything. We don't have much else. At this point, it's just finish the game, which is kind of nice, because it means we don't have to worry about grinding or anything. But it also means... Do we have anything to look forward to? Or is it just... fight stuff now? What kind of revitalized my interest in committing to Bravely Default is I looked up how long is the last chapter. And it's only supposed to be like 10 hours long. Even with how, for some reason, I've been making the game last twice as long as everyone else has. Even with that, it'll take us, I don't know, like 4 streams, maybe. Like, that's not that bad. My concern at one point was, if it's gonna take another 12 streams, I'm gonna just have to drop it, because it's taking way too long. But I think that number of streams, I can deal with that. But I think it would also be easier to swallow if I sacrificed something else so that we could potentially play more of it in 1 week. That one... Was that last week we played it twice, or the week before that? That felt good. It felt like we were making a lot of progress. Felt like we got a lot done. I remember specifically the second day of that week we were playing it, it didn't feel like I was, like, forcing myself to play it. Like, I was actually looking forward to it and everything. So, I think that's the answer. It's just, it hasn't been working out lately. This week, the problem is, and it's... I use the term problem very loosely. I want to stress that. Because I don't want anyone going to Twain and being like... oh, he thinks this is a problem. But, because that's not true. I'm really looking forward to racing this week. I am. But that also made it that I had to take last Saturday off and I had to take this Saturday off to feel like I'm actually recuperating. Because otherwise it'll be like 10 stream days in a row or something, and that's going to be a little bit too much. So, that complicated matters. I will put it that way. That's going to make this week in particular not work as smoothly as I might like it to. Because otherwise, I'd just put another Bravely Default night on Friday, and we'd play Mario Golf on Saturday instead, and everything would be fine. We might still do that. We'll see how I feel when we get to that point of the week. If I have the energy to do it, or not. If I do, then cool. No problems. If I don't, that sucks. I think if anything, and this is unfortunate, I think what Bravely Default taught me is that JRPGs just aren't that great for the channel because they're way too long. Unless it's like a Pokemon game, because they're not like fucking 100 hours long. I don't think RPGs have to be story-driven. Look at Pokemon games. Pokemon games aren't particularly story-driven. I don't think. I do think that helps keep things move forward, but I don't think they exclusively have to be story-driven. I do think that when people make JRPGs, they tend to think that's something that has to be included. I disagree, but... This is definitely the stinkiest of the music tracks in this game so far. Oops. And it sucks that we're gonna be here for, like, 24 puzzles still. Pokemon has story in them, but I don't think that's why people play them, is what I mean. I think having like an open world sandbox game would be good for just occasionally tossing in if there's an open night, since it would require very little following along. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think it's fine that there's a variety of RPGs too, but like there kind of isn't a great variety of RPGs. Realistically, like, let's... Like, I think I said something about shutting the hell up about Bravely Default, but we're still on it, but whatever. Like, if we're being realistic and looking at, like... I say that, like, that's a problem because it's taking so long and it's too big of a commitment, but realistically, This is a big-ass commitment, too. I've mentioned before, by the time we get through all of these Picross games, another Picross game is probably going to be out. We're probably going to be playing Picross through the end of the year. Unless I decide to take a break from it at some point. Like, realistically, this series is, like, a bit of a problem, too. In fact, after this, we're gonna jump straight into going back to S5 and finishing that. After that, we might just take a break from Picross for a while. Just because, yeah, this is just an enormous commitment too, and it's just gonna take up a ton of time that we could be using on other stuff. Like, just being, like, truthful and transparent about it. Just because I could see some people thinking, well, you say Bravely Default is taking up too much time, but what about this? It's like, yeah, you're right. Honestly, like, this is also just gonna suck up time of the schedule. And it's another thing that's it's a once-a-week thing, so it's just gonna be ever-present. I think it's a little bit easier for me to, like, gear myself up to play this, though, is part of the thing there. But, you know, like I said, just being transparent. It's another Volpe, dude. I would assume that says Kitsune. Right? Probably. Anyway. Do I feel like I need to complete all of the Picross? Yes and no. Yes and no. I think it's something unique. How many people are streaming Picross on YouTube? So, it's a little bit easier to justify, because I'm like, even if there aren't that many people watching it, I feel like I'm potentially providing a unique experience. So it's a little bit easier for me to be like, yeah, we're gonna keep playing this. These are getting pretty hard. I like it. That's what she said. I like that. I mean, it's... These are currently at a point where it's like... They're not difficult, but... I have to actually, like, look to try and figure out, like, where do I start? Compared to the earlier ones, where it was like, oh, look, there's a row of 15. We're good to go. Anyway, I guess my overall point with, like, Bravely Default and just scheduling in general is, like, it's stressful. Like, I appreciate anyone who hangs in there through the rant, and you're not just, like, complaining about, like, dude, just shut the fuck up about that already, because it's like, even if I'm not necessarily figuring out what to do during the rant, at least I'm, like, getting it off of my chest a little bit. And I guess something that's worth pointing out is that if we're ever talking about this stuff and, like, you have an opinion where, like, if I mention a game and you guys are like, yo, I'd really like to see that, like, that's useful to know. That's useful information. If we're talking about any of these playthroughs and you're like, I'm having fun with Bravely Default, or I really like watching Picross, this is all useful information. Within reason, of course. If you're like, man, if I'm being honest with you, I fucking hate watching Picross, then, depending on how you present it, I might just kind of be like, well, you're gonna have to fucking deal with it. You know what I mean? But, but constructive criticism is helpful. Especially if I seem like I'm at a loss of, like, what to do. Those are the big ones. If I'm, like, when I was talking, like, last week about, like, here's a list of potential games we could play once we're done with Bravely Default, that's the sort of stuff where it's like, I really want input on stuff like that, because that's usually me saying, I don't know what's next. So I really need input on stuff like that. I think a lot of people will think that, like, I don't actually want to hear what you have to say on stuff like that, but it's like, if I'm asking, I do. If I didn't want to know if I didn't care who wanted to see what, I would just do whatever the fuck. I wouldn't ask. I would just do. I'd be like, nah, I got my own agenda. I'll figure it out. So yeah, like, within reason, if you feel like making your opinion heard on any of this stuff, like, it's welcome. Just, like, I guess when it comes down to it, like, be kind about it. Don't be rude. And that goes for, like, any streamer. If any if any streamer is ever asking for your opinion on stuff, they probably want it. Just, you know, don't be rude about it. I've caught myself doing that. I was watching a streamer on Twitch last week, maybe a little bit before that, where he was talking about, like, just appreciating the viewers that'll come and just watch anything. And I was very close to saying, I'll watch anything except for these fucking Dark Souls randomizers. I do not give a fuck about this. But I was like, that's just being rude, dude. That's just being rude. That's not helping matters. I could phrase that in a much more productive manner. Instead of, you know, fuck these Mario 64 ROM hacks. I don't... If I never see one of these again, it'll be too soon. Like, that's just not... There are better ways to, provide information, I guess is what I'm getting at. This one sucks. I hate puzzles where they just give you rows of 8 ones. That shit frustrates me. Oh, take it easy, Tara. By the way, thanks for hanging out. We only have about a half an hour left in the stream, come to think of it. I did not realize what time it was. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll get to 100 puzzles tonight. What are we up to? I haven't been keeping count. I'm making a couple guesses here. I'm getting desperate. We need to stop with that. We're not that much in a corner. The artwork in the newer games are definitely better. I wonder if they'll get bigger than... It looks like they might go up to 20 by 25, but they're probably not going to go larger than that. Really like how they're so unique. How do you mean? I don't dislike them, I just feel like the artwork in general was potentially better in the newer ones. I do not know how to pronounce that game. Name, rather. Oh, I guess it's just 2 words. Devu and Random. I will just call you Devu then. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, by the way? I do agree with that. I think the artwork looks better in the newer games, but yeah, sometimes when I finish a puzzle and then it transitions to the artwork, I'm like, oh, that's not what I saw at all. Because they are very abstract sometimes. I do agree with that. I think that's where the, I think that's where we kind of came up with the meme of, just say it's a flower, dude. It's either a flower or a bird. Because, like, most of the time you can't tell anyway. Still having a grand old time solving the puzzles, at least, so it doesn't really take away from that. No, that 7 could fit in there. It's not... And this is just, like, a random geometric pattern from Earthbound or something. I don't know what's going on here. We know that's right because they didn't correct us, but realistically, I have no reason to believe that that's correct. Other than the fact that this is symmetrical otherwise, but we're not gonna make an assumption based on that. We probably could, and we'd probably be fine, but we're not going to. I think assuming that it's symmetrical isn't too dangerous, as long as you make sure you actually check what the row says. I think that's what I used to fall victim to a lot, is I'd not even look to see what the hint is, and I would just start filling it in and be like, it's a square! And then, I'd be punished for it. Oh, it's a dragonfly, I think. Although, the more we play of this, and the more we played of S4, and S5, I guess, I'm realizing something I really don't care for with the Switch Picross games. is just Mega Picross. I just want Mega Picross to fuck off. Like, I'm so tired of it. I'm like, just give me something else. That's not a dragonfly, that's a flower. Never mind. Like, yeah, I'm so checked out on Mega Picross to the point where that, Sega Picross is coming out, like, next week, but since it has Mega Picross in it, I'm like, I don't think I care. I'm like, I think I might pass. Because I'm just done with Mega Picross. And we still have to get through the rest of S5, and I did buy S6 already, so... And that's probably just gonna be the same old shit. And it's like, it's kind of unfortunate. I want to continue playing them, but I think the Switch ones are a little too... samey at this point. It's just the same thing over and over again. I want them to mix it up and introduce something new. Because I'm still having a lot of fun doing Picross and streaming Picross, but... I'm also like, I don't really want to do any more Mega Picross. Like, give me something else. I mentioned at one point, like, just do, like... just go all in on, like, color Picross. Just for, like, one game. Just for, like, one game. Doesn't have to be, like, a long-term edition that you do in every game. It's just... I'm so tired of Mega Picross. And if I'm being real, it's kind of, like, lazy content, too, so... For the most part, I kind of don't really... Ah, fuck. I kind of don't really care on that front. Because I'm kind of like, more Picross is good Picross. Except, if it's Mega Picross, it's not good Picross. It's just, nope. It might, like, low-key be a situation of, like... And I never want to be this kind of a content creator, to be completely fair and transparent, but it might also be a situation of, like... The viewers that really like watching Picross... It might be a, like, well, put your money where your mouth is, and then I'll continue putting up with Mega Picross. But otherwise, it's like, people really want to see it, I'd be down for it, but it's like... It's easy to start thinking with Mega Picross that I'm like, who would want to watch this? Because, like, I don't think I would want to watch people do Mega Picross. I'd probably get frustrated for them eventually, so... But I also say that extremely lightly, because I don't necessarily want to be that type of a content creator of give me money and I'll do it. I don't dislike Picross that much, but... Just like Mega Picross. Did I say just regular Picross? I love regular Picross. It's just Mega. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like so checked out. And which is bad. That's why I decided to do this game instead of jumping back into S5, because I was like, I'm like very checked out on Mega Picross right now, and if I try to do more of it, it's just gonna piss me off. I need a break. That just, like, that one puzzle in S4 that I swear was unsolvable, that one kind of broke me. That one was kind of just like, no, I think I've had enough. I'm tapping out now. Like, I love that these are, like, making me think, but, like, reasonably so. It's not mind melting. Hey, awesome. How's it going? Oh, I did want to clarify something about Switch Online, because we were talking about that last night, but now I don't remember what it was. Oh, I cited, I know this is unrelated to what you just said, but I was thinking, oh yeah, he was asking about Switch Online, I need to correct him on this. I mentioned playing a lot of Pokemon Unite lately, and how that was making Switch Online worth it. Pokemon Unite's free to play, which means you don't need Switch Online. I realized that later in the night, and was like, oh yeah, I need to correct myself on that one. Otherwise, with what you did say, yeah, I can try to explain it on the next puzzle. At this point, I'm a little too deep into this puzzle. I don't think I could actually explain it from here. But I am more than happy to offer an explanation on another puzzle. I find it gets hard once I'm already in the groove with a puzzle to, like, stop and try to explain it. this a lamp? Is that what it is? I think. He didn't get ripped off. He doesn't have Switch Online. It's just we were talking about the benefits of Switch Online, and I said, oh, well, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Unite lately, so it's worth it. But you don't need Switch Online to play that, to play any free-to-play game. I was talking to a friend later. That's very animated. It's very Disney-esque. I was talking to a friend later last night about it, and then I was like, oh yeah, you don't need it. Thanks, Mario. Whatever it is you're saying. 96 puzzles. Dude, I think we can still hit 100 tonight. Get hype. I want to see some fucking Picross hype right now. Okay, so it's kind of similar to Sudoku, where you kind of have to use the numbers to, like, the numbers are the hints. We have an easy one here. We have a 20 up here. It's a 20 by 20 puzzle, so we know we just fill that in, which gives us a very good, strong starting point. At that point, we just look at the columns and determine, okay, well, what can we go with from here? We know that these two are 15s, so those can go ahead and be filled in, and then there's nothing else in these three columns. So basically every column, we can actually take that all the way down there. Every row or column, that's how many blocks have to be filled in on that row or column. If it's multiple numbers, then there's a space between those numbers. You don't know how big of a space. So for example here, we know that these 7s have to go here. And that actually fits perfectly, so that's not a good example. Back that up. On one hand, if it's an easier puzzle, it makes it easier to demonstrate. So, I mean, here's kind of a good example. So we know that the 8 goes in this row somewhere, but we don't know where. So we can use other hints to triangulate that, or in this particular case, we can just say, well, if the 8 was all the way to the left, or all the way to the right, where do the two overlap? And they would overlap right in the middle. And again, we can look at the columns to see, well, there's 2 1s, so nothing can be next to this. We know that this has to be the same thing, because that's also an 8. I'll work with here. Let me see. Well, this 6, so this has to be a 6, so those aren't helpful. And this goes the same way, which now this is narrowed down to 10, so we know that the 8 has to go in those slots. We don't know that for this one. It's probably likely that it's the same thing, but we just don't know for sure. The 4s, same thing happens here. We know that none of those get filled in. Which means we now know the 8 goes here. 1 7 1s, so it's I'm gonna call it now. It's a basketball hoop. I'm calling it now. Oops. Oops, not there. Yo, Volpe's playing Pokemon Unite. You love to see it. So I feel like that was probably not the best way to explain this because we're on such a high-level puzzle at this point. It's a little bit easier to explain with smaller puzzles. Oops. At least I would assume it is. Or that it would be easier to understand with smaller puzzles. But that's kind of the gist of it. You find a starting point. And this game does have, like, a roulette. It does have that dialogue that pops up when I start a puzzle. That's asking me if it wants to... If I want to roll the... Fuck. If I want to roll the roulette. And that will, like... It picks a row and a column at random. Because, you know, roulette, duh. And then shows me that row or column. That kind of gives you a good place to start, if you have a hard time finding a good place to start otherwise. And then you just use the other numbers to work off of that. Well, Among Us is a game you have to buy. It's not a free game. That's the difference there. What are the rules? There are no rules. What, in Picross? No, there are rules. It's just... They're peculiar rules because they're like... I feel like the basic concept is, like, real simple. It's just the more complicated stuff. Like, you have to... It just gets more... I feel like it's easy to learn, but, like, at the higher levels, you're gonna be like, wait, what? The thing is I don't think I'm terribly... While I'm willing to explain it, I don't know if I'm terribly good at it. Good at explaining it. It's one of those things where, like, I started doing Picross when I was, like, a teenager. So at this point, I've been doing it for a long time. It's so second nature that I don't know if I can really explain it that well anymore. And like I said, it's a lot easier when you have, like, smaller puzzles. I think. It should be as simple as me just explaining every move I do, but I feel like that would not necessarily be great. Like, for example, like, let's back it up a little bit here. So, I was looking at this column. It's a 1 and a 6. We know that the 6 can't go down here because there's no room for it. Which leads us to think, if the 1 is here and the 6 starts here, the 6 comes all the way down here. If the 6 to start down here, we have the overlap there. So now looking at the row, We know that there has to be a tile here because there's only the one number of the 7. We don't know about the 6 and 1, though, because this could be the 6 and that could be the 1, or it could just be all connected as 6, and the 1's over here somewhere. But then if you look back up at the column, you see you got a 12 up there, so you know that this comes down far enough to fill 12, and then therefore it could only come down about that far. Which means this 6 is filled in, which means those can't stretch that far over. We have the 2 and the 4 on this row. That's the 4, so we know that nothing goes over there. That's a lot of space for the 2 to go in, though, so that doesn't give us a whole lot to work with. This 3 and the 5. 5 can't fit over here, so we can just tick those off. Same with this row. This is already... We already got the 6 there, so... We know that the 5 fits over here somewhere. 7, 4. You know, that's the 1, because that's the only... It's just the only way it can fit. It's just, you find out... You just narrow things down, like, gradually. It may look like a lot of this stuff isn't helpful now, but, like, later it will be. Eventually, it'll be like, oh, now everything makes sense. Over here, we know all of that's empty, because none of those numbers on those rows can fit in there. That 7 can't go over here, which means it's... We got some overlap down there. Got some 11 overlap too. Oh, the 6, and we know that can't go any higher. Oh boy, you don't want to do that. This can go in there. Yeah, that goes there. $13, those are all clean. Whoops. I mean, I guess Sudoku is still accurate, because that's very... Yeah, you just find, like, one little piece at a time, and use that to gradually help you find other little pieces, and... I was trying to think of, like... I feel like there's a logic problem, a style of logic problem that I think would be a better explanation, but I can't think of what it is. Also, it's an eggplant. Sorry, I'm constantly taking away Volpe's opportunity to guess what it is. Very inconsiderate. Bad streamer. So only free games except for Pac-Man, Tetris 99. Yeah, because those, like, come with Switch Online. But any free-to-play game like Paladins, Smite, Fortnite... I feel like there was another big one that was added at some point, but I can't think of it. Aside from Pokemon Unite, of course. Those are just... You can just play them. Just need an internet connection. Also, hey Casey, how's it been? How you been? Yeah, they made 3 Mario Picross games. 2 on Game Boy. Yeah, Rocket League's another one, because that's free to play. Apex? Is Apex on Switch now? It was gonna be on Switch. Did that actually come out, or... That would be another applicable one. So yeah, same as before, I filled out all the zeros, very quickly noticed, well, the 16 can go only in one place. So we'll just go ahead and fill that in, and now we're just filling in what we can from those columns. As we do that, we now see this 14 can only go in one place. The 7's already completed, which gives us where these 3's are. The 9 comes over to here. And these are all just the 1, 2, so that's already filled in. Over here. On the 9 up there. So here, this could be the 2, or the 2 could be over here, and this could be the 5. So we'll figure that out by looking, well, can the 5 and the 4 fit over here? Absolutely not. There's no way. So this has to be the 5, which means the 2 has to be over here. There's a lot of, like, peripheral vision training going on here, too. Because you have to be able to kind of, like, observe all of the rows and columns at the same time. Which is, like, kind of tricky to do. Quickly, that is. Didn't we already have a palm tree earlier? This game's cheating. I guess this is specifically like an island instead of a palm tree. Yeah, they made Rocket League free like a couple months ago. I always thought it was another name for Sudoku, when you're realizing now it's something somewhat different. Yeah, it's similar in multiple ways. And yeah, this one's available on Super Nintendo Switch Online, so if you want to check it out, it's just sitting there awaiting. It's, it is available on the... Fuck. On the US Switch Online, but it's only in Japanese, because this game never came out in English. But it is on there. And you don't really need to know Japanese to, like, navigate the menus or anything, so it's kind of whatever. And you can, like, they put out a video series. I don't know if it was a series. It might have just been one video. They put out a video when they added this that was like, here's, like, explaining how to play for those that can't read Japanese. So I think it's still get into-able. Yay, English. Oops. And then, yeah, there's a whole Switch series of Picross games. There's 6 of them now. And they're $10 each. They're pretty good. The, my biggest complaint is that they have a thing called Mega Picross, which is fucking garbage, and I hate it. But aside from that, they're pretty good. And it's from the same studio that made this one 25 fucking years ago. They've been at it a long time. I thought it was a dude swimming. It's actually a dude playing soccer. They got me. Confirmed, got him. Yeah, like I said, it is available on the North American Switch Online, but it's still only the Japanese version. It was just never localized. They made 3 Mario Picross games. The first one was on Game Boy and was localized, but I don't think it sold well because they didn't localize this one, and there was a second one on Game Boy and they didn't localize that one either. Oh, that was our 100th puzzle, I think. We should probably stop, actually. That seems like a good stopping point. I kind of don't want to stop, but I think a solid 100 puzzles is pretty good. I think a solid 100 puzzles in 6 hours is pretty good. Made it all the way to level 9. Didn't even start Wario mode yet. I don't know how many levels there are. I don't know if it's just 10. I feel like there's going to be more, but who knows? We'll find out next week. We'll find out next week. Like I said, I kind of want to keep going because I'm having fun, but I should probably stop. I've been trying really hard to not go like crazy overtime lately, just because I've already had a severe lack of energy lately. So I'm like, that's not gonna help matters, because then I'm just gonna wind up canceling streams because I don't have any energy. So. Yeah, I think they have Puyo Puyo on here too, and that's also only in Japanese. I'm gonna create a suspend point just to be safe. Yeah. Actually, that's not Puyo Puyo, but that might be what you're talking about, Peneldopon. And yeah, that's also only in Japanese. Fortunately, like, as you probably saw, this game's menus are pretty straightforward. You just press a button, it boots the game up, and, like, there's your save file, and that's about it. I don't think there's even an options menu. Like, you're just in there. I think the first one's a tutorial, I'm pretty sure. And then after that, it's just kind of like... Yeah, if you watch the video on their YouTube channel to, like, understand how to play, if needed, you're probably fine. Yeah, it is in fact 3 a.m. But thanks for stopping in, Casey. And yeah, I think we're gonna call it quits. I think we're gonna call it quits there. We did a solid 100 puzzles. Oh, so that's a good start. It's really nice that I just don't have to worry about Mega Picross for a little while. I'm like pretty hype about that. Yeah, if you go onto the Japanese Switch Online, you can play Fire Emblem, but you have to know Japanese. Well, you don't have to know Japanese, but you're gonna have to expect to do a little bit of fumbling around in the menus, which is something I'm personally just not interested in anymore. I used to do shit like that when I was a kid, where I'd be like, I'll just play it in Japanese, I'll just trial and error the menus until I figure it out. And it wasn't fun. So now I'm that's why I was okay with buying the English release that they put out digitally, because I was kind of like, I don't want to fumble through the menus. Like, been there, done that. I'm not really interested. Like, I'd rather just be able to read it, personally. But yeah, anyway, that will be it for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with Bravely Default. We will probably finish the main story tomorrow. We'll get the fake ending, and then we'll probably continue on from that, unless it takes 6 hours just to get to that point, and then we'll just stop there. I don't think it will. We have like one more of those post-game areas to get through. If I just focus, we should probably be able to get through it pretty smoothly. We'll see what happens. And then, yeah, you guys know where to find the schedule. I should really cut it back on the outros again and, like, stop being like, here's what we're playing for the next week. You guys know where to find the schedule. It's on the ticker on the bottom of the screen, although some of those are question marks right now, which isn't terribly helpful. I acknowledge that. And then it's also on Discord, so I'll just leave you with, we'll be back tomorrow with Bravely Default, and we'll come back to Mario's Super Picross next week on Monday. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. This was a lot of fun. For sure. I'm glad I derailed a little bit to go play through this really quick. I think this will be a fun breather before I have to throw myself back into Mega Picross. So I think it'll be a cool time. Yeah, take it easy. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Bravely Default.